Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Sorry for the late start. How's everyone doing today? Good morning. Hi, Tina. Hi, Beartastic. Hi, Arthur. How are folks doing? Hi, Jordan. Hey, Andrew. Hey, Danny. Hey, Scott. Hey, Lotec Greg. Hey, Tuxedo. Who else do we got here? We have William and Paul, Delmar, Johnny Boy. This is fine Sunday. We'll get Charlie Pets in. We're back at it, back at the Micron build. So we should get most of the way through today. So, hey Kimaru, hey John, hey Steven, hey Honored Twig, hey Badmouth, hey Rushmere, trying to keep up. Hey Tenholt and T3RR and Malfrey. Hey Jokernet. Oh boy. Yeah, just running a little slow today. That's running a little behind. How's everything? Everything sounding good? This is the second stream on the new computer. So I did go in and tried to tweak a couple of things. I don't know if it made any impact. Hey, Sean. Yeah, the beard is not going to be around for forever. It's going to be around a little while longer, but it's a lot of work. Hey, Gary, thanks for the gift and membership. Hey, Mr. Jada D. Hey, Leo. Oh, that's Charlie. Did Charlie click on something? Oh boy. What else do we got going on? Oh, okay. We're gonna do this for a little bit while we do greetings. Hey, Colin. Hey, Steven. Beard is trademark. Well, I've not had a beard more in my life than I have. So. Finally push some plastic on interwire. Awesome. Still some tuning to do though. There you go. So hopefully, finally, the underwire will end up at my friend's today. We tried last weekend and I could not get it to connect to his Wi-Fi. And I had changed everything. I had set it up before I headed over there with all his credentials, all of that. Headed over there and it wouldn't connect. So we did the normal, changed the supplicant file. It didn't work. Not sure exactly why. Someone told me that if you change a Wi-Fi in the Raspberry config utility, then it breaks the ability to change it with the supplicant, and I probably had at one point. So, yeah. Dauntless, Charlie has lost weight. He did lose weight between his last two appointments. We found out when we took him in for his behavior, his litter box behavior a few weeks ago. So, we shall see. Looking like a nice machine. Yeah, I'm anxious to get this running. The plan is not to 100% finish it today, but to get close. So we shall see. He ended up ordering the Trident 350 in bits. Awesome. Dig the keyboard. Is that one of the custom ones? It is not. This is a Keychron. I had the recommendation from Jared likes these, figured I'd give it a try. It's a Keychron with the brown switches, and I tend to like the brown. I like tactile, but I don't like it to click. So, content road trip with GoPro, delivery setup in a cube, holidays warranty. Hey Breckle. Hey Jorg. I've got a K12. This is the K1 SE. So I like it so far. I have it connected via Bluetooth. Yeah, the only thing is it's such a small footprint. I feel like I'm gonna have to be careful when I move it around that I don't hit keys and do something. So. Hey TT. We did, let me see if I can figure it out here. On chat display earlier today, we did get a new member, so I want to welcome Brian Wyatt. Thank you for becoming a member. So, okay, Micron build. Before we get to that, there is, as we have this whole stream series, there's two giveaways. One for the Micron LDO stepper motor kits. Now, those that have won these have not received them yet. And I think I mentioned early on in the earlier streams, and I probably forgot to mention later, that they are in process. So Jason told me that they have shipped. So soon you should be getting those. Those that have won, you haven't been forgotten. They are on their way. So now ship to, some stuff goes to Jason and he relays it to the US. Some stuff goes directly to folks from China. So your soon is the best estimate I can give you. So anyway, so full Micron stepper motor kit being given away thanks to LDO. That is the 4 NEMA 17s for the dude, are you going down that way? There you go. The 4 NEMA 17s for the AB NEMA 14s, and then the 36 millimeter pancake stepper for the extruder. Also, we are doing the normal Polymaker filament giveaway. So if you're in the US and Canada, it is a coupon for $35 to the Polymaker US store, and then a free shipping coupon on top of that. If you're outside the US and Canada, then you get to choose a roll of filament. And I let chat scroll up, so you got an email from Jason. Awesome. Got my LDO V1S V2 0.2 S1 and V Minion yesterday. My LDO 180 Micron is on the way. You've got a build series coming up. Awesome. Have fun with that, Devin. Braun coffee machine win. Wife and I decided to go to, oh, awesome. Rocky Mountain Rep, you'll be there. So be sure to say hi. I will definitely be there. Hey, BBs. Hey, Bill Brothers. Friday, I get mini splits installs. So mini split installs in both garages on Friday. I'm so looking forward to that. I'm frantically, that's why one of the big projects that's taken up a bunch of my time is working on a table for the CNC. So I've been trying to get that done enough to where I can clear out enough space for the installers to not have a problem. So, hey Steve, thank you for your series on the underwire. Just finished building mine and it's working great. Awesome. Should get my last China delivery tomorrow and I'll finally be able to finish my underwire conversion. Sweet. Hey, Uncle Paul. Okay, let me, there's a few things going on I noticed on the stream setup. Let's make sure first that, maybe we'll have to do it this way. Let's see if this works. Yep, that works. Okay, let's minimize all of that. There we go. May pull the trigger on mine this spring. Big bucks for retired people. Oh, for the, yeah, the mini splits are not cheap, but the comfort level and the ability to work in our heat here in the summer is going to make it very much worth it. Hey Zarp. Hey Dave. This yellow, the yellow cable chain is printed. I'm reasonably pleased with how it turned out, and for a Z chain, I think it's going to be fine. I even have the chain flex cable going through it. I've got a large enough bend radius here. I think it'll be okay. So give me half a moment. I noticed during my last second, because I was running behind today, my last second run through of things, my screen sharing wasn't working. So you may lose me for a second as I switch scenes in OBS to enable to tell it which screen it should be sharing. So I'm not sure why it did that, but you may lose me. Just sound. You'll definitely lose video. Give me just a moment. Okay, that should do it, right? We're looking good. For some reason it lost which screen, and probably when I was messing around with cables and stuff. So, next projects are Dueling Zero. 180 cubed and an MPC 4x8 foot. Speaking of MPC, I did see someone asking a couple of times at MPC&C question whether they should go with closed loop steppers on that. I would imagine, and I'm not sure, but I would probably build it with NEMA 17s because would imagine that your limiting factor is not going to be the steppers on that machine. If you stay within reasonable expectations for an MPCNC, you're going to have a good time. But I don't think that closed loop steppers are going to be your limiting factor, and especially for the cost. I mean, the whole point of the MPCNC is it's supposed to be inexpensive. So. Does Charlie have his own PC this week? Apparently, yes. Well, for some reason my cable lengths and stuff are wrong, and I can't move the Charlie cam over far enough to get the same angle. I guess you see my desk mask. Let me just clean that up, you know, clean it up, move it, shift it. Hey, Lucas. Okay, so we are doing the Micron printer for ants. Anybody who is new, here is a link to the GitHub repo. This is a design by Hart K. He designed this before. He was a member of the Voron team. He is now a member of the Voron team. It is a very cool build. We've been having a whole lot of fun with this build. Let me move my keyboard out of the way. And we are nearing completion. So, once the printer is built completely, the wiring is done and checked, what procedure do you follow to calibrate the prints? That's a whole, we'll go through that. We'll go through a very high level of that when we go to print with this. So, where's Charlie's mouse? He ate it. Hey, Polar Ted. Hey, Art Chapman. What am I missing? Hey, Gerard. Okay, so what was I? So we are last stream. Let's pick up last stream. Last stream we finished wiring. So and everything under here is pretty much done. We have some fans to hook up for the controller fans, but otherwise we're pretty much done down here. We've powered everything on. We've flashed, or we've flashed or loaded an image on the CB1 SBC and flash clipper to the M8P controller. So next things we need to do are set up. We'll set up CAN boot and get the tool head board configured. So. Hey, Derek. Hey, Michael. That heat sink, I can't unsee it. I know. I just don't have any. Are you talking about the screws being black screws instead of stainless like the rest of the printer? Okay. I have gone through and made sure, I'm hoping, that I'm not missing any parts. I printed a few things last night. I have the mini stealth burner. Jared, thanks for becoming a member. Mini stealth burner and miscellaneous parts. So what I think I'd like to do is get the mini stealth burner installed. That means, yeah, let's get the mini stealth burner installed, work on setting up the firmware in CAN, then we'll put in the sensor for boop, because I am running boop on here, which the beta 3 has been released. So if you look at the boop GitHub, it should be out there. So, hey, Chris. Okay, so fans, tool head board, and I think we just need to bolt this into the printer just to get it. Wouldn't the sensor for boop need to be in there before? I believe that I have access to it from the back. When this is on here, and on here like this, And then once it's installed, I can get a better idea on cable lengths. So you have to unplug Boop before pulling the tool head board off anyway. So it looks like with this setting in here, I have plenty of room to get the sensor in there from there. So, Derek, thanks for gifting the memberships. So I don't think it needs to be in there before. So, all of this, I've got one pin on the heater unplugged still. We'll leave that unplugged until everything's flashed and we'll plug it in and check it. So, let's move these forward. And we can probably zoom in a bit here. Yeah, where are the screws for this? I think they're these. A couple of 35 millimeters, I think. And I think it's just an 8 millimeter coming in from the back. So there's a screw that comes in at the top from the back, just like on the V0. Oop, bump. Maybe it's not that size. That is an 8, maybe it's a 10. Hey, Jose. Hey, Zombie. I'm building a big version of this printer. A 2020 Micron? People keep asking for that. I think that's too long. This is a very tight fit right here. I think I need a 10. This is, yeah, that's a 12. So let me find a 10 millimeter in my stash here. That's 8. Maybe this one. Yep, 10 millimeter, okay. A 300 2x4. Isn't a 2020 Micron just a 2.4? That's kind of the joke. Hey, Ronald. Okay, so that's gonna go there. This goes into the little embedded nut on the back of the tool head. So this should go on here, and then 2 screws coming in from the front, and we'll have a tool head mounted. Hey, Benny from Germany, welcome. Only 52 likes. That's okay, we're just getting started. So a little bit of additional information because I never can get everything out at the same time. Giveaways are done at the 3-hour mark, but you must be here to win. That's my compromise. Don't over tighten this screw. It's not a lot of plastic holding it there. It just kind of helps stabilize everything. Anyway, we give away at the 3-hour mark. So we'll be at a little over 2.5 hours from now. How's the clearance for the CAN bus board and the cable chain strain relief gland? I believe it's good. I tested this before. I think this is a good, here, let's just move this out of the way. If we move to the back and move across, we have got a ton of room. Maybe overhead cam will work better for that. See that? I know the focus is a little off, but see it's all the way back, and that's the clearance to the chain. So all the way across, it does not touch. So we are good. Hey, Ram Online. Give it a minute, the like button has to get warmed up, yes. I just realized your screws are not black and I cannot unsee it now. Well, at least they're all, except for the 4, they're all stainless. This is what the partial kit came with. So this is what I'm using. Let's see, clearance, yes. Oh, hey, Projects in Dad's Garage. I hope everything's all right, or will be all right. Let's see. Thanks for the great content. What's your opinion on the SB screen? I think it's completely unnecessary and gimmicky, but I love it. I will install it for sure. Are you talking about the screen that they put in the front of a full-size stealth burner where the fan is? Your print head moves. It's not going to be easy to read, and then you're compromising. You've got to compromise cooling, no matter how many vents they put on there. It feels like something you're trying to cram into just cram in for the sake of a gimmick. So, whatever. Hey, the Portboard channel. Missed the last stream. What is the Mint tap system called? Mini tap. It's called Boop. It's called Boop. Hey, John Stearns. Any insight on the anti-squish screw on the CW2? Should I start with it screwed all the way in? Yeah, you start with it screwed all the way in, and then you can back it out to where it just touches. Let's see. I am falling behind in chat again. Okay, so tool headboard is on. Can we plug in the, is there any reason not to plug in the power? I think we can plug it in. I mean the umbilical. Oh, I just broke it. I just broke that piece while I was pushing the, well, that's fun. Now it moves. I broke that. Let's get a part printing. Let's get a part printing. Those will take just a moment. Oops. That's okay. That won't slow us down too much. But that is irritating that broke. Hey, BT Cruiser. Hey, Jack. Okay, let's get a part printing. What can I do? What's the easy way to do this? Hey, fine. Thanks for the gift of membership. Let me, all the things are set up on this computer now. So I have all my profiles in Prusa Slicer. Let me start this up and see where things are. Needs a redesign. Yeah, that was a little weak. Boops. Hey, Takuya. Where am I? I'm just getting location here before I share my screen. Oops. No, that's not what I want. Oh, I don't have it there. Okay, we'll do it this way. Too many ugga-duggas. Yeah, I did push on that pretty hard, so. I don't know, what is the length there? What is the length? Do I have a metal standoff that'll work there? It's just under 20 millimeters, and it could be like 18. I wonder if they make an 18 millimeter aluminum standoff. Okay, well, we'll print it. Have you seen the 100 DIY 3D printer? No, it doesn't ring a bell. Fine Finish, thanks for being a member. Okay, let's switch over to Prusa Slicer and change my profile to the Voron 0 because it's a nice quick get something printed printer. And then let's go out to, oops, let's go out to the Micron, I think, let's go out to the STLs. Is this 180? Yes, it's 180 by 180, and we find out it's probably about 150 in Z. If you have a grinder, they do. You're right. Didn't you design these standoffs? I did. I did, Thomas. I did push on it pretty hard, though. gantry, and x-axis. And let's zoom this in so you can actually read that. XY joints, no. Oh, where is the, oh, there you go, toolhead. And mini stealth burner, and is it on here? No, so let's see if it's in here. Strain relief spacers, is this what I want? We'll grab the mini afterburner strain relief spacers and download this. Hey, Jason. You prefer Prusa Slicer over Super Slicer? Absolutely. Super Slicer is a little overwhelming and they tend to break things when new versions come out. So instead of playing the don't update game, I stick with Prusa Slicer. Hey, Latian. Okay, so let's download this. Oops, I already did. I downloaded it twice. Let's go back in here and add and downloads and grab this guy. So how tall is this? 15.5 millimeters. We're going to change this to, let's go 18. Let's just stretch it a little bit for my application and do 2 of them. And slice it and send it over. And let's go to V0 gold and get this thing warming up. So users or designers' fault, all the same, yes. Quick fix print and back on track. So I'm just gonna get a print started. We're not gonna wait for that print, although it'll only take a little bit. Let me clean the bed on here. We are going to print these in yellow because that's already loaded and I don't want to deal with swapping filament. So I will have some yellow standoffs there. If I printed that part in PLA, I would need a brim on it. I won't need a brim. It'll print fine. Now that I say that, it's going to screw up, but hey, R3D Remy. Hey, Printer Prone. What do we got? Orca Slicers, Soft Fever's Fork of Bamboo Studios. Okay, that is warming up. That'll take a little bit. Let me move this stuff out of the way. Let's see. The next thing I want to do is I want to bring up a Discord. I have a link to the instructions I'm going to use to flash the toolhead board. So, oops, I want that. Oh. Link. And then we're going to go here and paste this. So I'm going to use these instructions by, let me see who this was from. Mazor, M-A-Z-O-0-R. These are linked in the CAN bus channel on the Voron Discord. Hey, Steven. See you in a few. Hey, Dark Dog. I owe you some feedback on Enderwire version 2, Rev 2. I keep meaning to get or send it to you, but I keep getting distracted. Can you use Ender 3 profile for Enderwire on Prusa Slicer? I've been wanting to switch over to Prusa, but the settings are a bit intimidating to me. So any of those, you might be better off starting with like a Mark III, a Prusa Mark III profile, because at least it's a direct drive profile. The Ender profiles are all based on a Bowden setup. So you might be better off starting with a Ender or a Prusa Mark III and tweaking the build volume and stuff. Okay, so we are going to follow this guide for the CAN bus setup. We're going to use CAN boot and go from there. So We're going to have some assumptions. We have a working instance of Clipper, which we did last week. We have a working instance of Clipper with Moonraker and Mainsail installed. We have access to Raspberry Pi terminal. And hey, TJ3D. So, and we have a CAN adapter. So we are using the U2C from Big Tree Tech. And we are going to use the EBB36 toolhead board. So this guide and a brew, or coffee if you must. So I'm gonna opt for coffee here. If it was later in the day, a brew might be okay. But for my time zone, we don't get to there. Each controller page has a set of safe default settings, which should work for the majority of users. Okay. What is CAN bus? CAN bus is a vehicle standard that allows for communication between multiple devices on a single network. Multiplex wiring. The protocol has been used in automotive applications since the early 90s, and I think it was used way before that. Won the motors last week. Can I enter again? Are the motors only compatible for Micron? There is nothing stopping people from entering every stream. There is nothing set up. I'm not going to say don't win, don't take it. I'm not going to police this to that level. I don't police that. I don't go through and examine to make sure only one entry per person, although the form should ensure that. For the most part, we end up with only a few more total entries than the peak of the viewers. So that seems pretty good. So there's nothing stopping you from entering again. That is completely up to you. They are just steppers. They can be used on a Voron 0, at least the A and B steppers. They could be used on a Tridex. If you win twice, you have enough NEMA 14s for a Tridex. Now I see how I asked about clearance. I'm using LGX Lite on my solid forks. It's a bit tight. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go through here and we're going to start with, where does it start? Running Ubuntu software or other Linux, we have control boards. Example configs. So do we wanna start here? We have the Big Tree Tech U2C. Let's see what this does. So the Pi setup. So we're gonna set up the CAN network. Solid Fork Tridex win. Maybe I missed it. Did you post a link to this page? Oh, no, I did not. I apologize. Let me go back to the main page. Let me post. So this is where we are. Thanks for the reminder. So, hey, the first layer, welcome. Which CAN are you using? So I'm using a Manta M8P controller board, and this is the version 1.0, so it doesn't have the CAN transceiver built in. With the CB1 SBC, and now I'm controlling CAN with their U2C little board. This guy here. Oops, this picture here. And then I will be using the EBB version 1.2, this guy here, controller board, or the toolhead board. So let's go back up here and we're gonna start at the U2C. So Pi setup, so we need to get into, let's power on the printer and get into the SSH. So, hey Moritz. Hey Ella. Did you see the 100? The main idea is putting the center of mass at a place on the bed. I have not seen the 100. Someone asked about that a little bit ago. I have no idea what it is. Okay, we are going to power this thing on and assume we're not going to get smoke since we didn't get it last week. So let's power it on. I'm using the same setup on my build without the CAN. There you go. So I've decided on a controller setup and I received them, most of it for the Mercury 1 build, and we will be using the new SKR Mini E3 EZ, the Manta version, for the Mercury one, along with an EBB36 toolhead board. Big Tree Tech supplied the stuff. I was looking for something I haven't messed with before. I have not checked out the EZ drivers, the little stepper drivers on a card. So, hey Aaron, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. The 100 is a Rook-inspired high-speed printer. I'll have to look it up. It doesn't ring a bell at all. I haven't spent a ton of time searching around on 3D printer stuff this last couple of weeks, though. Okay, where is Colin? Thanks for gifting memberships. We're up to speed on this, so let's get the, let me grab my tweezers and get the little booger of filament off the end of the nozzle. And start the print. Okay, let's go. Command line. Let's bring this over here. We're gonna SSH, pi, nope. This is BQ, right? At Micron, is that right? There we go. The default username and password is BQ and BQ. Or BQ and BQ. So I have not changed that yet, and I will be changing that though. How much thermal compact to use on a power resistor mounted to a heatsink? These kind of questions keep me up at night. Is it me or is the music a bit louder than usual? New setup, so it's being tweaked. I just lowered it just a smidge. Missed last week. It seems I've missed a lot if we're doing Pi Clipper stuff. Yeah, so we are finished. We have the SBC loaded and Clipper is on the main controller. Now we're gonna work on the CAN stuff. Okay, following, we are going to change, we're gonna edit the network interfaces. So we're gonna follow here, let's see if I can zoom this in a bit. So we're gonna edit this file. So we're gonna grab this. What is that? Is that a thing on my monitor or is that a character? It is. Why? Oh, that's just, they put it in weird quotes there just to confuse me. That's a good level of the music. Perfect. Right click here. Okay, so then we are going to allow hot plug CAN 0, iFace CAN 0, CAN static, bitrate 500, and then for some reason we've got some extra stuff here. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. Now this line, can I do that? Nope. Let's get rid of that line. There we go. Okay, and then Control O to write and Control X to close. What do we got here? Hey, Nappin. Control K deletes a line in Nano. Awesome. I learned something. I know just enough to get by. So I appreciate that, Colin. Okay, you can now reboot the Pi. Sudo reboot. Let's reboot. Then we're gonna test the network. So how close are we to starting Mercury 0G? My second used Comgrow Ender 5 Pro showed up. I'm ready. So we will not completely finish Micron today. We will finish it next week, assuming everything goes okay. We'll finish it next week. There's a potential I might do an interim stream that's just a single stream, do something, and then we'll start the Mercury. I'm hoping I get some filament, some special filament in time, but I'm not sure. Those are printing well. I'm not sure if it'll end up here in time. So if it doesn't, then I'll be printing with, I'll just find something else I have on hand to print the parts for. But I'm hoping. Can you please do something inspiring with your Mark III's so I can follow suit? So we would, Zombie, we would be, so if we're looking at the 26th is finishing up Micron. The 2nd would probably be a miscellaneous stream, something else. So we would be looking at the 9th, starting the Mercury build. So, hey, go on. Do you get the beef jerky filament from Pooch? No, but I could go check it out. He's only about 40 minutes from here. So, okay, this should be rebooted. So let's reconnect. At least I hope it's rebooted. Yep. Time for lunch. Hopefully I won't be in the car during giveaway time, so I can't use mobile devices while I'm moving vehicles due to motion sickness. Oh yeah, I get that a little bit too. I don't use a phone while I'm riding in a car. I don't use a phone while I'm driving in a car either, but hey Terry. Okay, we're back in here. So now we're going to test the network. Once the Pi is rebooted, you can run the IP-S link show can 0 command. Oh, the EBB36 is on and didn't produce any smoke, so. Okay, so default group, what is this? This looks, so we should be looking at something like this, and you should see a line like the below. We're not getting any packets. Is this normal to not get any packets? The key thing to know is that the network up for now. It says up. Okay, it's up. So wiring guard, troubleshooting. I can see my CAN 0 network, but when I connect my device to query the UID, there's no value returned. Now what we did here is we just set up the SBC to turn on the CAN network and be able to communicate with the that U2C. They come with the correct firmware already installed on them. So we do not need to reflash anything to that U2C little adapter board. So there is some instructions here on if we did need to flash the U2C firmware with what they call the candlelight firmware. But the boards, I'm in the way there. Let's see. There. The boards are flashed from the factory, so should not need flashing in most cases. U2C does not need CAN boot or clipper flashing. Only the firmware to act as a CAN network adapter, so we don't have to worry about that. If there were problems, then we would go through and check that. So let's return to main. So now we can go down and choose our tool head board that we're using, which is the 1.2. And oops, so this says this should flash exactly the same as a 1.1 board, but without the heater issue. So click for the 1.1 instructions. So let's go back and go to the 1.1 instructions. Here we are. And that print just finished. Okay, the boot pin is pulled high during the DFU mode. So these are warnings. So the 1.1 of this board had a problem where it shared the heater pin with the DFU mode pin. And when you put it in DFU mode, it would turn the heater on, which is a big problem. If you have a 1.1 board of this, I wouldn't use it or be very aware of the problem. So this is all warning about that. So we're gonna skip that because I have a 1.2. So, flashing CAN boot firmware via DFU. Before proceeding, it is critical that the CAN network is configured for your printer. Cause a problem when you try to connect devices. Click here and select your controller. So we did that. So we're gonna generate the CAN boot firmware file. So we are going to CD flash, and then we're gonna clone the CAN boot repo onto the device. So copy this and paste this. I'm a Vi guy, but not for code development. Got too spoiled by VS Code. Hey, Jason. Let's see. Oh, that's done. So then we can cd can boot and make menu config. Okay. So can boot has its own little menu config command here that we set the options based on this here for your controller, right? So we're basically throwing a bootloader onto the toolhead board, right? What CAN bus using? This is all the Big Tree Tech stuff, right? So we are STM, so let's change the, oops, let me move this down here. Yep, that works. Okay, so we're STM, and then we are choosing the GB1. Yep, G0B1. And then the build can boot at deployment application. Is that what I want? 8 kilobit. It looks like that's the offset. The options have changed a little bit here, so the instructions aren't quite right, but the application start offset, if you look here, I pointed at my screen. You can't see me pointing at my screen. The application start offset, this is the same as the build can boot deployment application 8 kilobit bootloader. That should be the equivalent setting. Hey, Battalion. Okay, 8 megahertz crystal and communication interface on CAN bus. PB0, PB1. CAN bus on PB0, PB1 is not, oh, there it is. PB0, PB1. And then application start offset. Okay, so that's weird. That's different. So what is the, I could have been wrong. Yeah, thank you. I was not looking at the whole thing. Do we say do not build there? Should not build that, is what Nappan's saying. So sorry about that. I should have looked at the whole thing. I was, if this wasn't here, I would have thought that this was that setting, but I was wrong. It is without bootloader. Thank you. I almost messed up. Support bootloader entry on rapid double click of reset bedding. Everything else is the same. It's for flashing via SAD card. Is there anything we can do to cheer it up? Okay, sorry about that. This is not mentioned in the docs. I'm going to leave it do not build. And then we should be able to save configuration escape and yes to save. Damn autocorrect. I mean, that's a little funny right there. Are we holding back some water or? I know a little bit about dams. Okay, so we did that. Escape, Q, confirm, yes. Build the firmware. So we're gonna make clean and make. Here. These guys printed. So we'll be ready to swap that out. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully they're strong enough. Your pet dam seems to be holding together these days. Okay. That finished. Hook up the board for flashing. Add the 5-volt jumper. Connect your device to your Pi via USB. Okay, so I think I need to unplug it. We need to swap out those connectors anyway. Dark gray is a great color for parts because it tells you exactly where you screwed too tight. Yes. And then a heat gun will fix that. So if you accidentally screw too tight and it discolors, a heat gun will fix that. Okay, so I am going to power down and fix these standoffs. We're gonna put these new standoffs on. Then we are going to get a USB cable that I can plug into the controller and then into here, and we will do the flashing of the thing. So let me shut down. Actually, we can go here and make sure we can still, should be able to go here. Why is it every time I see your cat it is sleeping? So Charlie is almost 16 years old and he has stage 3 kidney disease. Now last test that was downgraded to stage 2, but he's an old man and he needs his sleep. Yes. So. Okay, let me go in here. So I was just going to use this to shut down the printer. We don't want to just kill the power. So Charlie goes in cycles. So he'll sleep for a while and then he'll come and he'll bug me and he'll climb on the printer and inspect my work. And then he'll go use his litter box and then he'll go eat. Now that order might change, but those are the things he does during stream. So, you know what came before USB? USA. Yes, Charlie is a senior citizen. Okay, let's power this off and go here. And then we are going to put some heat sets. I want the standoffs to reduce the amount of Y travel. Well, I'm replacing broken ones. It broke, so it's going to be the same as it is right now. Charlie does what he needs to do when he wants to do it. Okay. 4. Let's go ahead and swap out my tip on the iron. And change the temperature. Ah. The manufacturer, the thermal grease compound should be 50 microns in thickness. I'll be playing with thermal grease compound later this week. I have a whole computer worth of parts on the way. I moved my main computer over here to Stream Duty, and I'm very happy with that decision. Now I'm building a new main computer. So you should swap it when it's hot, more fun that way. Okay, that's heated up. And then the 2. Okay. Hey, Eclipse. I'm playing with solder plate assembling PCBs. Fun. Even Steve's screen cat can do enough people are chatting. Which one? Can do what? Never ending cycle of PC swaps. Always known as a great excuse for an upgrade. Yes. Well, I had built the machine I'm streaming on right now in 2019. It is an i9 9900K with 64 gigs of RAM. It's a pretty decent computer. I'm building a 13700K with another 64 gigs of RAM. I am, for now, keeping my old video card because video card prices are still ridiculous. And I think my 1080 will still be serviceable. So, hey, Collie. Hey, GJFLA, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, let's pull this off. Try to get this cable off without breaking anything, and then we might as well just take the... Oh no, we can't take it all the way off. Okay, we can do that. Steve scrolls a web page too fast. I have to look away. Oh yeah, I can imagine that, Charles. I try not to scroll too much, but I know it happens. Okay, so we're just gonna come in here from the back and get these swapped out. So there is one piece. That came off easy. That's good. Hey, PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Yeah, I thought about buying a current gen video card. They're just so darn expensive. So I opted to not. Okay, I'm gonna have to loosen both of these to get enough room to get the standoffs in there. So let's let that hang back. Now I can get in here and get this threaded in while I unscrew the other one. An NVIDIA 1080 is fine if you don't intend to play recent video games, and I don't, for the most part. I might play some Diablo 4 with some friends. I don't know what its requirements are when it comes out, but Fusion will still make it chug. So Fusion is perfectly usable on this computer that I'm using now with that 1080. Now this computer has a 3060, but I don't anticipate having any problems with Fusion. Okay, so those are on, and now we can tighten this back up. And our short little detour and broken standoff will be inconsequential. Fusion, I thought video card prices had fallen a lot. They're still really expensive. A 4070 Ti, which is what I was looking at for kind of something that should last me a long time, was like 850 bucks. I was looking for an AMD setup since I run Linux. Oh, I am way behind. Diablo 4, now you're speaking my language. Played the beta all weekend. Oh, okay. We spent a lot of time. Me and two friends, we tend to get on and a night or so. We used to. We haven't done it in a while. We get on and just kind of play and chat. It's a good time. So I think Diablo 4 ought to be fun. I know nothing about the game. I have not paid any real attention. Okay, so that is on fixed. It is slightly closer to the thing, is it? By like 0.5 millimeter. You get a tool head on Prusa XL for that kind of money. There we go. Yeah, I think my 1080 is going to be fine, and it's a smart choice not to spend the money right now, especially since I'm doing all this other stuff, the mini splits, and we're getting solar put on the house. Because the PG&E is changing their agreement, where we should be in time to be on our current agreement, so that'll be a good thing. Hey, Tactical Grumpy, thanks for becoming a member. Is there a bed leveling process for new install to dial in a new install? We'll go through all the configuration on this build. You'll see all that. Play the open beta next weekend, available to anyone. I might check it out. My friend and I love playing the season in D3. Yeah, that's basically what we did. We'd go in and play the seasons. Okay, that's on, so we can get back to the setup. So we need to, there is a jumper back here. So if we go back to the instructions, we need to put in add the 5-volt jumpers to the pins highlighted below. So we have a 5-volt jumper down here we need to add. Current agreement with PG&E. So the whole NEM 2, NEM 3 thing. So NEM 2 is now, NEM 3 is starting in April. If I can get in on NEM 2 right now, it's a 20-year agreement. So hopefully that doesn't change later, but it's, yeah. The printed drag chains sitting here, not actually working, not actually moving, has worked fine. And moving it seems fine. So I have good hopes that these will work well. Okay. Tiny jumper. We need a tiny jumper. I've got one with a little flag on it here. That'll make it easier to, hopefully easier to put on and pull off. These little smaller, these little compact jumpers. So we're gonna go through the chain and onto there. Right there. Glad I don't have PG&E. SMUD has done me good. Yeah, I'd much rather have SMUD, but it's all, there's no option here. Tiny jumper like tiny dancer. Hey, MakeRS. Now that's on, so I'm gonna turn the printer over this way so I can get to the USB-C port there. And then I need to find the USB-C port that will stretch, and we'll play around with camera angles here in a minute. Hey, Maker Viking. Welcome. So USB-C cable, I need one of those. Did it come with one? Does not appear to have come with one. I got my box of USB cables. Let's see, USB-C. Something that will stretch the distance. That'll work. USB-C, stretch the distance. That is, can go away. A lot of stuff crammed in that printer. It's not too bad. Everything you're doing right now to install CAN bus, would this process be the same on any printer? I'm considering it for my 300. Yes, it's the same basic process. Okay, so we are going to plug to the USB port on the Manta M8P, and then the other side is going to be into the port on the. So what we're doing here is we're getting CAN boot onto the controller. For updates and stuff, we'll be able to use CAN boot to flash Clipper to the controller. So we only need to do this once. So then we can, let's see. I need to move my power cable over to this one. Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. Thread this through here and plugged in. Okay. Once, unless of course you installed CAN boot. can't boot. Well, yeah. If you can't boot, then you can't boot. Okay, let's turn everything on. So the instructions here say, add the 5-volt jumper, connect your device to the Pi via USB, hold the reset button and boot shown above. So the red box here, so reset and boot. Just hold it or just press them both. We'll find out. So let me power this on. CAN bus stop on the Voron Discord. The CAN bus stop channel, yes. Should get good support there. And this guide that I'm going to is linked there. It's in the pins in that channel. Okay. Let's see if this thing's up. I had lots of trouble, but I was new to CAN bus. I've done this a couple of times. This particular combination I haven't done though. Let's let it boot up. It takes a little bit. There we go. Okay, it's booted. We're gonna have, it's not working, so that's fine. So let's get back into the, oh, where's the keyboard? Back into SSH, press both down and then release them in the correct order. Hold the reset button and boot, release, reset, release, boot. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Bill Brothers. The drawing is in a little less than 2 hours, yes. I'm scared of CAN bus, I've never used it. Just go through the process, it's not too bad. Hey Jeremy, I'm doing well. Okay, so we are in here. I am going to, let's see if we can get a view here. And then we're gonna run, so if we make some room here. Let's check camera angle. That'll be good enough. Okay, so we are going to run LSUSB to see if we have a device in DFU mode. So right now we should not. We've got a couple of G0B1 devices, but not in DFU mode. So let's go ahead and do the thing. I bet it's already in DFU since it was powered with the jumper on. Yeah, I don't see anything in DFU mode. So if we go here and now we hold down, reset, and boot. Holy moly, that's tough to get to. Do I have anything here? I'll use a piece of filament. I just happen to have a piece of filament here. So I am going to push. So this is, which one is which? This is the boot. The bottom one here is the boot. I'm gonna push it with this filament piece and I'm gonna try to push the other one with my finger. So both of them are down. Release, reset, release, boot. Okay. So I hold them both down. I release, reset, release, boot. Let's see if it's in DFU mode now. Yep. So you see this here? STM device in DFU mode. Awesome. Okay. This is a CB1. Yep. I put CAN bus on my Trident with Buster, I think. I had to change the driver for Clipper screen touch to work. When I did CAN bus aired out, I had to turn off touchscreen. I'm not going to be doing a screen on this build at first because I cannot get this WaveShare screen that I bought to work. So I'm going to have some fun soon. My Solid Fork is using an Octopus and I'm going to try to use the board's CAN bus port. That's something I should try at some point, is using any of the built-in stuff. I haven't done that yet. Okay, back to the instructions. We will see, we have that. It's in DFU mode. Flash the CAN boot bootloader to your board. Your device ID, this 0483DF11, which is what we have, may be different, but ours is 043DF11. And erase and flash the CAN boot firmware. So we're going to copy this command here, right there. and paste it here. And I am the same address, so we should just be able to go. Now it does say down here that we could get an error, but the file downloaded successfully is the important part. So if we go here, it says, note, if you see an error after the above, don't worry, it's fine, provided you have the file downloaded successfully in text above. Power off the board and insert your CAN bus cable. So now we can, let's just shut down the whole thing. Shut down. Got to get the grass mowed. Have a great rest of your stream. Thanks, Poor Boy Channel. Have fun mowing the grass. Okay. Oh, see you later, John. So let's go. Whatever. We're going to unplug this. We can remove this USB-C cable now. It is done. Now I'm going to more carefully, hopefully more carefully, plug in our CAN cable. There we go. And then, since that's plugged in, let's use a zip tie to attach it to the strain relief. Right there. And don't forget to remove the jumper on this guy. 5-volt jumper. Yes, removing this 5-volt jumper we put in. That tells it to get power from the 5 volts on the USB port. So that's there. That's just one little zip tie to hold it to this printed part that I made. Hey, Obi-Wan Kenobi. How are you doing? Okay. Let's unplug this so I don't have the power cord weaving through the printer now. And we should be able to turn this back up on its front. Let's get back in. Powering it on. Looks like a fun cut on your finger. I've been doing, oh yeah, that guy. I've been working with wood and stuff in the other shop. Lots of tools. The track saw is amazing. I love that track saw. It's awesome. I should have bought one years ago. It's not bad. It's very shallow. It just looks worse than it is. Actually been pretty decent with stuff. What track saw? I ended up buying the Festool. We have a Rockler here, local, semi-local. Domino next. Dominoes are freaking expensive, and I don't really have a use for one. Okay, this should be back up. So let's go back to here. Yep, we're back up. So let's go back to our instructions. If you haven't set up your network yet, now is your last chance before it becomes a problem. So we'd set up the network. You get what you pay for, yeah. Cuts are part of the deal with woodworking. Oh yeah, cuts and splinters. I did a number on my thumb a few weeks ago doing something stupid on a drill press. I did something stupid on a table saw many years ago, and I've got a little less of a middle finger because of it. Okay. Hey, congrats on Trident 1004, Paul. So V1, so Trident's, my serial number, very first Trident build was V1 210. By the time we released it, I think we were in the early 300s on serial numbers. So, well, it's hard to judge how many Tridents there are based on serial number because there are conversions. People with V1s converted to Tridents. So there are lower Trident serial numbers than 210, even though mine was the first one. If someone had an earlier V1 serial number and they converted it, then it's a Trident serial number now. 4 turtles yell out in the background, Splinter! Wear leather gloves when handling plywood, less splinters that way. Yeah. Okay. Oops. You can now power up the printer with the toolhead board attached via the appropriate wiring scheme. Wait for the device to boot and ensure your CAN 0 network is up and see the device. Let's see what this says. So we're gonna query the CAN bus. I'm gonna reconnect. Oops, I mistyped that. There we go. Hey, Davis. You ever considered dowels for joinery? It's an inexpensive alternative to dominoes and just as strong. Yeah, I don't do that much wood work. I've done some pocket hole screws. I've done some other basic joinery, but mostly it's just screws, regular screws and glue for most of what I do. Hey, Rushmere, thanks for being a member. Okay, so now we're gonna run this command and hopefully we get something. Hey, there we are. We found a CAN bus with a UUID. Awesome. Thanks for whomever gifted membership. YouTube sends me an email about that, but we bothered to notify that Steve was awesome. Welcome. Okay, so we have a UUID. That's awesome. It means it's working. We have the toolhead board is showing up on the CAN network. So found CAN bus. Assuming the above gave you a UUID, you can now flash Clipper to your board via CAN boot. So now we're going to go into Clipper. So and make menu config. Still getting used to this keyboard. If you don't mind the holes, a Craig Pocket Jig is a great system. Yeah, and I have it, and you can hide them pretty well usually. Copy the UUID elsewhere for safety. That's not a terrible idea. I know it. Oh, I've quit. Now I know. Let's see. Can I put that? Let's just throw a Notepad++. There we go. Okay. And make menu config. So we are going to follow these instructions again. Here. There we go. So micro, so STM. We are GB01. It's already there. 8 kilobit bootloader, 8 megahertz crystal, and then we go CAN bus on PB0, PB1, and then 500,000. Now this 500,000 here, this CAN bus speed needs to match everywhere. So when you set up your CAN network, if you put 500,000 there, you need to put 500,000 everywhere. If you put 1 million there, you need to put 1 million everywhere. If you put 250,000, you need to put it everywhere. From what I've been told is 500,000 is a good value to use. So, and then that should be it here. So quit and save. And then make clean and make. Has anyone ran into a Pi 4 not booting when multiple USB devices are plugged in? Maybe not enough power? If you're talking multiple USB devices, you want to make sure you have enough power for everything. I've read that for the ADXL 1 million is preferable. It's something we could change later. Do we really need it to be 1 million if we're going to use the ADXL? Is that correct? We'll find out. If we have problems with it, we'll know why. I've used all of my CAN boards that I've used with ADXLs have all been set at 500,000. I haven't had any problems. So, thank you for all your content. I've been following your V0S1 build. Do you have your config file saved on your GitHub? Well, it's V0, they're all S1. The V0.2 is out there. I don't have the V0.1 config files anymore. Okay, so that is done. So now we're going to flash the board and we're going to copy this Python command apparently. We're going to copy this and we need this UUID at the end. So I'm going to not copy that. We're going to paste this and then we're going to grab that UUID. Now, if we hadn't copied that out, we should still be able to get to it in the, oh no, it won't scroll up. Interesting. Whoa, what's going on? Copy. Paste, there we are. And why can't we scroll up? That's weird. Okay, so with that UUID, and then we should be able to enter. Flashing, and we're getting a progress bar. That's a good sign. CAN flash success. Awesome. If all is well, you now have Clipper firmware on your SHT. To verify this, you can query the CAN bus UUID with this. Should see something like found CAN bus. Okay, let's find out. Let's copy this and paste this. And that same CC, yep, we got it. Scroll buffers aren't reliable. Yeah, good call. That was a very good example of why we should copy that out somewhere else just to have handy. Okay, now we're going to config. We have Clipper on all the devices. We have communication. So now we need a printer config that's going to work. So I spent some time off stream setting up config, so you didn't have to watch me go through and change every IO pin on the thing. So there is, I'm gonna go here for a example config. There's little example configs here that are hidden by the, that are hidden by my corner camera. Okay, Dave, quick question before getting engrossed in CAN fun. On a normal Trident, if you're adjusting your Z offset, is Z plus equal to bed going down or further away from the nozzle? Yes, so Z plus is the bed's going down. I'm still working on my Doom Micron. There's not really completed CAD for the 180 though. I had to custom make a bunch of stuff. Okay, there is a, let's see, where is our, escape that. I have this example config that they provided. Here, toolhead, EBB. So this is an example config for the, can I zoom in? Yeah, there we go. This is the example config from that page. Alias files, do you like them or not? Excuse me, sorry about that. I haven't used them much, and I'm not going to be using them. What I wanted to grab here is this little bit here, the MCU CAN 0, and some of these other bits. I want to grab the temperature sensor and that kind of thing out of here. So this is what I want for my other config. So I've got this open for the config that I had saved. Just ordered that keyboard to replace my Mac keyboard. Config BTT was what I wanted to see how you did it. The config bit. Are you V8 Rick? Are you who were talking about the V0 inspection time? Oh, he is awake. It's litter box time. Hey, Christian. Okay. This I was just opening to get some reference stuff. I had taken the I can share this config in GitHub. Yes. If we go back to the Micron GitHub, there is a firmware config here. So this Octopus printer config I downloaded off stream, off camera, and I went through and edited the pins. I haven't tested anything. I just went through and changed things. So let me get that. Let me grab that file. That is not what I wanted. Oops. Okay, here, this is fine. M8 printer config. So we're going to copy that to, let's just throw it in here. And now if we go to here, we are going to go to machine, and I don't want their printer config. This is useless to me. We're gonna delete this. And they have some other, what is this thing? Print area bed mesh config. I don't need that. I don't know what this is here for. Oh, hi, Charlie. Oh, and we don't need the clipper bin. We copied that there when we were flashing it originally. We're gonna delete that. And I don't know what that is, but I'll leave it for now. Let's upload this M8 printer config, and we're going to we're gonna rename it to just printer config. Rename. Is that Kyle's adapted bed mesh? No, that's a file that came on the Manta, in the Manta image, in the CB1 image. Here, let's go up here, Charlie. Let's get some snuggle time. Okay, so printer config. Let me see if I can zoom in so you can see it a little better. Cam is nice, but probably not needed on such a small bed. And I haven't used it at all on any of my printers, and I need to sit down and configure it and test it, but I haven't done that. Okay, so this is downloaded from the Micron repo, but then I went through and changed. So like clicky probe config, I'm not gonna use this. This was out there. We're going to delete that because we're not using clicky. We're using a boop. There is we need the serial device for the M8P, so we should be able to do, and I've gotta do this with Charlie on my, okay, so that is our Manta board. So ls dev serial by ID. So we're going to copy this. Into here. There we go. Hey, Andres. What's everyone else doing while watching? Setting up a Sherpa Mini on my Prusa Mini. Sherpa Mini on a Prusa Mini. Nice. Oh. What do we got? Okay, so this is the main MCU. There is, I've set up a MCU and I'm calling it EBB36. Now this needs to change. This stuff changes to this, and I need a CAN bus UUID. This changes, these get deleted. So CAN bus UUID, and then that CAN bus ID that we had saved. and paste that there. Okay, so now we have our MCU, our main MCU, and then we have an EBB36 MCU set up. So then kinematics, core XY, all these accelerations and stuff are just the default. We'll end up changing those at some point. It's not gonna stick at 3000, it'll be significantly higher than that, but I'm not worrying about that right now. We're just getting this working. Now, these pins, these, like all of our steppers, the step pin, PE2, PB4, those all we get from the board documentation. So if we go to Big TT, Manta, or the M8P GitHub, if we go out to Big Tree Tech's GitHub, they are going to have in their hardware folder, there is a pin out document. Is that what we want? Pin out. Okay. So for the stepper configuration, and I think I've already downloaded this. There we go. So this is complicated. This is a busy diagram, but for each of the, for each of the steppers, so here, M1, you see this direction pin here? You might be able to barely see that. It's PB4. The step pin is PE2. If we go to the config here, see that's where we get this PE2. So I went through and went line by line looking for IO pin definitions and grabbed them from this diagram here. So for instance, let's see what we can see. End stops up here. So PF3 for the sensorless homing end stop. Okay, are you done? There you go. Did all of that make sense? And does anybody have any questions on this process? You need to have the Manta M8P 1.0, not the 1.1, because they have different pinouts. And that is the 1.1. Where was the, so here's the 1.0. Sorry, I just clicked on the wrong one. I'm pretty sure I noticed that napping when I was working on this before, and we'll find out. We will find out if it's actually a problem or not. If I didn't get that. But I'm pretty sure I did click on the 1.0, but thanks for the reminder. Depending on the board that you're using, make sure you're using the correct version. Because it seems like every other month they're coming out with the new something. So, my printer config file for this build will end up on my GitHub, Kevin. Okay, so here is the pinout diagram for the 1.0. For the end stops, you're using all 3 pin or just 2? I'm not using any of these ports. I'm using sensorless homing for X and Y. I'll use boop on the tool head board for Z. CAN bus is only on the 1.1, correct. I have the 1.0 that doesn't have any built-in CAN capability. That's why I have to use the U2C board. I just tried again to scroll down on your screen. I do that all the time. Don't know if I can, there we are. And it doesn't really work too well. Anyway, if you go down here, say for instance, the thermistor for the bed is PA0. And this is where my bed thermistor is plugged in. So we can come down here and do a little bit of scrolling to the heater. The bed heater, here's the bed heater, PA0, see? Now, here's a good example here on our extruder. For the tool head board, we have to define it based on the MCU name. So I named it EBB36. So then it's EBB36 colon and then the pin name from the EBB36. And you'll see that on all of the extruder definition as EBB36, and then the values that I got from their their same pinout diagram for the EBB36. What are some of the, yeah, all of this should be okay. So I think with, and I'm gonna do some more scrolling here, with the MCU defined, both MCUs defined, we should be able to save and restart and see if we get any errors that we need to correct. So let's save and restart. Clipper reports error. Sensor type in section heater bed must be specified. So the sensor type in heater bed. So let's go to the printer config and heater bed sensor type is not defined. Now I don't know what this is. Does anybody know what LDO's sensors is using? I don't know if it's a, let's see what it shows up. So this is commented out by default. You have to change it. So that's why that error came up. Let's see what value we get from it. Unknown pin chip name, end stop pin. Unknown pin chip name, end stop pin. Let's see what that is. Let's search for end stop. End stop connected to diag 0. Position end stop. End stop pin. This should be okay. Virtual end stop. This is end stop pin for stepper X. And then there should be one for stepper Y. End stop pin, stepper Y. Is that an LDO PCB heater? It is not a PCB heater, it's a silicone heater. I'm just looking for typos. Oh, here it is. Here's my typo, and you can't see that yet. I've got a typo here. This is probably a copy paste typo. So you see here, I've just searched. I did a search for end stop, looking for weird things first, and this is where the error is. So I copy pasted that wrong, is all. Said I did this in Notepad++ outside of a printer, didn't test it. So now that we found that obvious mistake, let's save and restart. We got another error. Sensor type and extruder must be specified. Okay. I did the same typo in configuring tap. So now we're going to scroll down here to extruder, and I did not specify the sensor type. Here we are. And this is, let's go here, config. Let's go to this site here. Check what thermistor type you have. We're gonna go to the common thermistors because this is the 104 NT. It's the Revo. So we're going to pick the 104 NT. So we're gonna grab this guy here and paste that right there and save and restart. Silicone heater should be the Beta 3950. Invalid pin description, EBB. Oh, that goes the other way, huh? The exclamation point goes before. So I made a typo here and you can't see that. Let me see if I can turn off there. So this is a syntax error on my part. This is me just going through this offline. And so we're gonna have to go through and search for all of those because I would have made the same mistake everywhere. You still need to specify the end stop pin. You have to tell it how to read that, what do they call it? TMC calls it the, what's the function called? I'm gonna need to get, I don't have water in here. I'm gonna need to get water before too long. Here, I know this is a common typo in here, so I'm going to search for colon exclamation point. And everywhere I did that, I'm going to undo it. Exclamation point. Next. Oh, is that the only place I did it? No way. That's not the only place I did it. Oh, it might be, because it's the only thing that's the EBB. Yeah, okay, that is. So let's save and restart. Hey, John. Good evening from Hungary. Okay, pin VF0 is not a valid pin name on MCU. Pin VF0. So let's go back in here and let's search for VF0. Controller fan. Okay, so this is here because I didn't actually set my controller fan things. Stall guard, that's it. Thanks, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's what I was trying to remember. I didn't actually set this because, and this is set for the octopus. If we go to the pinout diagram and I just pick for the controller fan, I'm gonna use fan 0. So, well, PE6. Never mind. I take back what I said because it's been a week since I did this. I typed the wrong value. I looked at this and typed in VF0. It should have been PE6. Let me get rid of my corner cam so you can actually see that. So this is me error. I put in a fan 0, so I take it back. I was remembering wrong. I put VF0. I should have put PE6. And then I'm gonna want to make sure, because I probably did a pi fan. I'm gonna want to put into fan 3, which is PE5. So PE6 is what I want there. Okay. PE6. PE6. And save and restart. Do this until we get a happy install. Oh, are we there? Woohoo! We have a happy install. We have our MCU. There. Let's get rid of that. There we go. We have an MCU, which is our the Manta M8P. It has a Clipper version on it. And then our EBB36 is here. And then we have our host, which is the BTT CB1. Awesome. One thing I did want to grab is if we go to the example config here, I want this temperature sensor for the toolhead board. So let's copy this. This is the example config we downloaded from the documentation, the CAN boot documentation we were going by. I'm gonna go in here and right underneath the EBB36, I'm gonna put this, and then we need to change this CAN 0. This is EBB36, I believe. And then temperature sensor, CAN board, let's say tool head, just for fun. And if we save that, how are you searching? Control F. Control F will bring up a search. So now if we go to the dashboard, we've got lots of this stuff, lots of config stuff we need to set up. But we have temperatures. We have our extruder, our heater bed, and that tool head board that I just defined. So awesome. This is working. So now we need a default, usually this is in the main sail, at least this is where it ends up on mine, is in the main sail config. So let me turn chat back on and let's go to the machine and main sail config. This is the default that the CB1 comes with. All of these are here. Oh, I'm not including it. Here's why. So I'm not including it. So we have a main cell config, but we need to go in here and we need to include it. So let's, I don't know where that should be. Let's put it here. Oops. Include. Is that right? What is the syntax for that? I feel a brain hiccup. Oh yeah, okay. I was doing it right. It just didn't seem right when as I was typing it. Include main sale.cfg. Now if we save and restart, maybe we won't get any warnings. There we go. No warnings. Yeah, no, that was just a hiccup on. It looked wrong to me, so I was questioning myself. Add the temps for the board and pi in too. What is the? I think I can get that from here, right? Did I define those here? Yes, I did. Sweet. I do a lot of using example configs and looking up documentation online. I try not to remember too much of this because I don't. It's just not reliable for me to rely on my own memory. Here, let's grab the Raspberry Pi. So that config there, which you can't see, I'm gonna grab that and put it in here. And we'll just put it down here in the same area here. So this is Raspberry Pi, temperature host. And then the MCU, I think this should take that as well. So, but we'll change it a little bit. We're gonna call this, oops, not used to the keyboard, oops. Close that, no thanks, okay. Let's call this Manta M8P. How did you get the view, MCU, etc. documentation above the defined config? I don't know what you mean. Oh, I don't know what you mean. Oh, but it's a CB1, not Raspberry. You're right. Let's go. Is it the same thing though? CB1. Will that work? Let's find out. There we are. Awesome. There. So we have the M8P, the tool head, the CB1, which is probably getting a little warm. I don't have a fan on it. We need to do that soon. Hey, Kyle. Very cool. Let's just because this looked very weird. EBB 36. There we go. That looks better. There's a blue hyperlink above the MCU brackets. Oh, that's right. That's just main cell. That's a main cell thing. Let me turn YouTube chat back on. Okay, I want to get shift gears back to build, and we're going to put the skirts. We're going to shut it down, and we're going to put the skirts on here. I want to get the fans hooked up so we have some airflow over that MCU. Just imagine if you didn't have the heatsink on the CB1. Yeah, I think the heatsink is probably, some sort of heatsink is really critical on there. I'm going to shut this down. And put the keyboard on my little shelf. Very cool. I mean, things are working. Now, I have not set up, so don't let me forget, we still need to set up sensorless homing, and then we need to actually set up all of our positions and all that kind of stuff. So, little countersink bit for the PTFE is a lifesaver, and it'll last you forever as long as that's all you're cutting on it. Okay, so that is powered off. Let's turn it off and play with some of this, put the skirts on and that. CB1 kit's toasty. Yeah, and if I touch it right now, I mean, I can definitely keep my fingers on it, but it is warm. What's your opinion, everyone? Is a Pi 3B enough for a V0? Absolutely. Pi 3B is plenty for a V0. I have forgotten two things today. Well, three things. I forgot to turn the camera back on for Charlie. I forgot water, and I need some water because apparently my throat is drying out. And I forgot my activator for the super glue, which will make gluing these little inserts into the panels a lot quicker. So I'm going to put you in the capable hands of Dancing Max, and I will be back in about 1 minute. So I'll be right back. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Dancing Max is watching the stream for a moment. Okay, I'm back. Everybody behave for Dancing Max. Live mic? Was it live the whole time? Whatever. Whatever. Dancing Max is not muting my mic. Why not? I'm glad I didn't do anything else. Was that working last stream? I didn't change anything. How's your cutting down on carbs thing going? No, it's not easy. Been doing that for the past 2 years. It's going okay. I need to mix in some exercise. Okay. That's gonna sit there. Let's grab bits and pieces for fans and, oh, we need to do the, let's put that out there to remind me. We have skirt pieces. And an accent piece. Did you let Max dance last stream? I don't think so. Maybe not. Did I say anything embarrassing? I sure hope not. Thanks, Kyle. I'm pretty pleased with how it's turning out. Okay, we are going to need a bunch of stuff. Oh, we've got little covers for the Z drives too we can put on. I think that's okay. I think this is most of it. You only said Max was minding the stream. I didn't fart. That's good. Yeah, my wife asked if the stream was over already because she heard me walking down the hallway. Told us the password to the CB1. BQ. What size heat shrink labels do you use? I think you might have mentioned briefly last stream. Mostly the 5.8 millimeter. That fits on most things. I have some of the 8 millimeter stuff as well. Okay, these are the alternate pattern skirts that Heart K made. And that's what I've decided to go with on here. I also have the version that just doesn't have a screen. So at some point this is going to get a screen because I like having the screen on my printer, but this, for now, it's not. So there is a little insert that goes in here and makes it look neat because there's no real easy way to print this in one piece. Yeah, no hexagons on this. So I am going to take my super glue and we're just gonna put a bunch of dabs in. We're gonna spray the backside of this with activator and hopefully this will be relatively quick. Okay. Just little, what I'm basically just gonna do, I'm not trying to spread this or anything. I'm just gonna put dabs at different spots on here. It doesn't need a lot. Yep. Then I'm gonna take the activator and spray the back of that and drop this in there. Just hold it down for a second. I'm gonna need some good skirts for the 2.4 once special filament comes in. Yeah, I have a plan. So I've made a plan for colors for Mercury 1 and I'm hoping it shows up. If it doesn't, then I'll pick another different color. And I can probably print the minimum amount of stuff I need if I need more time, but there's always the next build. Okay, so that's a front skirt and that should be good. So I'm gonna set that aside and then we have the sides. And these just get these little inserts. And these do have a way that they go in, so. I did delete the BQ user on my CB1 and set a root password and create a user Pi. Yeah, I'm probably gonna set a Pi user on there just so it's consistent with the rest of my printers. Is this normal super glue? This is just stuff I get from Lowe's. It's DAP Rapid Fuse All-Purpose Adhesive, but it's a cyanoacrylite. Okay, so I'm gonna do all of these relatively quick now, hopefully. So that one goes like that. So we are about an hour away from giveaway. So giving away a Micron stepper motor kit from LDO and Polymaker filament, thanks to Polymaker. You must be here to win, but I do this at the 3-hour mark consistently. So must be present to win, but I do it at the same time. That's my compromise. Okay. Just little dots. I put about 2 or 3 per little area. Not a whole lot. I don't know if that shows up. I can't see the focus on the camera is wrong. My glasses. Not the camera, but my glasses. I can't see if it's focusing. Hey, Dutch dude. Welcome. Less than 50%. Oh, that's right. We've got an hour left. So if we start early, if they turn that 1 into a 2. Okay, 2 done, 2 to go. And then we're done with this glue stuff. Oh, got memberships. Gotta. Okay, let's see. John, thanks for gifting memberships. Oh, and Patrick, thanks for gifting memberships. Awesome. I've never known anyone super glue anything without gluing their fingers. Just little tiny dots. Took us until 2:45 this morning, my time. No. Oh, for what? Yeah, welcome all the new members. So this coming weekend, the next weekend, we'll have to do the member stream. The 25th, I think it is, will be the member stream. I don't know if I'm going to have stuff, because my plan would be to play with the drag racer. Probably play with assembling that. I got all my AliExpress stuff in. I'm having problems printing the body. I may need to switch to like Pet G because the thin walls, they're turning out a little brittle in ABS. A little easy to split. So we'll see if I can get stuff printed in time to play with that. Otherwise, we'll figure something out. Okay, so last one. That was the last one gluing. What time on the 25th? Same time. So it'd be 10 a.m. I always do it at 10 a.m. my time. So that's Pacific time. And yeah, it's the 25th. I can remix the walls another layer thicker if you need. That might be handy for me, Scott. If you can make them just that much thicker, it would be handy. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. That activator stuff smells. I kind of like the smell of this. I probably shouldn't, but I kind of like the smell. Okay, those are done. Okay, so those 4, the front, we already glued the rears. Now we're gonna put the fan stuff together. So there is a little press in printed accent for these. So I'm going to, now that one was a really tough fit when I test fit it. This ought to be the same. I'm hoping I can get that started. Maybe use my vise to press it the rest of the way in. I'm probably going to need a spacer here of some sort. Do I have a spacer? Spacer! That'll probably work. What's that in GMT? Is it +8 or is it +9 right now? Or +7? There we go. There, accent piece installed. I hate the smell of activator. Is it +7 because we're in daylight savings time right now? Okay. I have just cheap Winsin Amazon 40mm fans we're gonna try. Yeah. Lester, thanks for being a member. You Steve, Charlie, and chat. A little late today. Well, welcome. Hi, Lewis. I'm excited for Rocky Mountain. First one I'm going to. Nobody ever holds these things in SLC. So at one point growing up, I lived in Ogden. I moved away from there when I was 3, but I do remember it. I remember the snow. But that's not too far from there. Oh, so what time's the giveaway? We are at 50 minutes from now. Tech Mike, 50 minutes from now. You can use baking soda as an activator, but it makes a mess. Which fans do you like to use in your builds? It depends. For these controller fans, I haven't ordered anything special, so I had these Winsins already on hand. Ogden, that's a theorem in theoretical computer science. You grew up in Ogden. Yep. But I moved away from there in like 1979. Which fans do you like to use? Oh yeah. Okay, so let's see how this goes. So we have a fan carrier here, and this is gonna go like this. And I am going to run one of these on each side. And the reason I want to do that is I want one of them to turn on for just cooling the drivers, and one of them that's always going to be on to cool the Pi. I wear a respirator when using activator. That's how much I hate it. Hey, Steve. Okay, and then there's a piece on the back here that everything screws into. There's a piece there, and then there's a grill that goes on the front. So we make a little fan sandwich here. So what size screw am I gonna want for this? It looks like a 20mm, and I don't think I have 20s there. So let me grab 20s over here. I did mean CB1, but using Pi as the generic term, and I'm sure Raspberry Foundation would be perfectly happy to hear that. Using the fan to cool the SBC. Is that better? Okay. And then these, where did I put my screwdriver? These thread into plastic here. Winsins are definitely, yeah, Winsins are not a great fan. But these will work. We'll see if they're loud. We'll see what's what with them, but. Hey, Adrian. I joined the military in 1979. My dad was just getting out of the military in 79, 80. He was in the Air Force. That's why I was born in Las Vegas, because he was stationed there. And then he got stationed at Hill Air Force Base in Ogden, and that's why we were there. The orange are called Pi 2, and I'm sure, once again, the Raspberry Foundation is super thrilled with that. Okay, so that's gonna go there, and then we're gonna just do a short, just this for the other side, and that's gonna need 10 millimeter. I bet you an 8 is gonna be fine. I got a bunch of 8s right here. Practice marriage in 1979. Born in 79. That's when my brother was born. My brother was born in Ogden, Utah in 1979. My brother has been working at Hill Air Force Base as a contractor for the last 20 years. Retire in 6 months. Congratulations. Okay, so there is a fan assembly. So that will go like that right there. And then we'll do some wiring. I'll probably have to cut this one, maybe extend it. We'll see. So that's one. Let's get the other one assembled. So that one's gonna go there. That means this one is gonna go right here. And like that. Well, that would make sense, Kilroy. That kind of thing does drive the region. Any plans to build one VZBot printer? I would love to build a VZBot. It looks like a fun printer. I probably would not actively go out and buy one, only because at this point, I have like 16 printers. The only reason I would build a VZBot is for content, right? And the experience. I mean, it would be fun. I would have a blast with it, I'm sure. And the creator is really fun to watch. So excited about his project, and I like that. So. Thanks, TJ3D. I am really pleased with this build. I think it's gonna look really good when it's all completely done. The VZ150 is actually the one I would probably prefer to build, Brian, just because I like small printers. Okay, so 2 fan assemblies done. These go in these kind of snap into the front there. You're an Army brat, an Air Force brat. What do we think the average age of Steve's viewers are? I bet you the average age is pretty close to my age. I have not interacted with Simon at all. I would love to chat with him, but just watching his videos, he looks like he's having so much fun, and that's really the point. This is a hobby. What is the mesh in the skirts? So this is just a separate printed part that we glued in. So it's just a octagon mesh. My photo's average age is 85. The average is 42. That's probably the better answer. Let's put the Z covers on since the printer's in the correct orientation for that. We have a bunch of pre-populated hex nuts that are in here. And I think, I'm hoping, let's see. Yeah, okay. Whew, an 8mm is gonna work. So these guys go in here. Oops, wrong side. Wrong one. This one. Kind of thread the belts in. And then this goes in like that. You triggered giveaway engagement. I get a little spike in my engagement. Some people wanted to use his printed frame stabilizers on Voron, so we went in. Yes, I saw that. That was very nice. Very cool of him to do that. Okay. Just line that hex knot up. Okay, so these, I keep running into an issue here where if I'm assembling this with a hex nut with these little printed spacers that kind of help hold the hex nut in place, and they help hold it up off the base, but the thickness of this spot here is keeping me from being able to tighten these things all the way down. Now, if I just continue to tighten, I think I'm just gonna deform that plastic and it'll be fine. But I've run into that a few times where, and I think that'll be okay. But it's kind of keeping it from being able to tighten all the way down. Not a big problem, just something I've noticed a few times on this build now. There we go. And where is this one? Fewer and fewer of these nuts are rattling around when I move the printer. Oh, and I was scrolled up again. Wow. I'm terrible at that lately. I'm feeling 25 with 44 years experience. And here I am young again. There you are. Put a Voron logo on them. Annex clips are great. Travis, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, back up. Back and caught up. What is Einduschigs? What does that mean? And I'm sure I butchered that. How are we? We are about 35 minutes away from the drawing, and I still see a number 1 there. I do have over 300 people here, which is awesome and insane to me. German for 61. Oh, okay. Ein und sechzig? Sechzig? There's a 2. I see a 2 now. All is well. We've got 36 minutes to see a 3. That's plenty of time. Okay, covers are on. Cool. Adds a little more completeness to it. Now we have skirts to put in. So that's this side. We have more here than I need, right? I have four pre-populated nuts there, but I only have spots for, I think this goes here. This goes like that, and maybe, nope. Here we go. So that goes there, that goes there, and that goes there. There's one fan sucking, one blowing. No, I'm putting them both as blow, because basically there's enough ventilation in here. All we're doing is agitating the air, right? So this is going to blow in and it's going to go out the mesh in the thing. All we want to do is get air movement across things, and that's right in. Oh, the steppers are right in the middle. So this is going to kind of blow over the area. Oops, I left my phone in my pocket. I just felt it vibrate. No blue Steves, right? Okay, we've got a bunch of heat sets to put in as well. So let's get those done. Please don't forget the M8P DIN rail clips. Oh, yes. Yes, it should be pushed soon. Should be pushed soon. Okay, I need to put in a bunch of heat sets. There's one in each of these and 2 in this. There we go. Do we have, yep, okay. I don't think we got any new mods. That was just so bizarre. So bizarre. That it hit just the right things and didn't cause any other problems. Didn't stop. I don't know if it's capable, if the option is there to stop streaming, but. There are alternate fan or skirt setups, kind of reminded me, once I get this heat set in, I'll show you. There is an alternate setup for putting fans mounted to these front holes here so that you have a fan just kind of blowing back into the, and I think it's a 60mm fan even, that just kind of blows back into the chamber as an alternate to these side fan pieces. And then there's single piece side fans. Okay, those two are done, and then 2 more heat sets. And I've got 2 to put in the back here, so I'm gonna try to put this on there. Sink it in. And 1 more. Okay. Heat sets in. Is there an E3 holder for the Trident? The E3 Easy has a potential to be an alternative used with CAN bus toolhead. I did a E3 holder. There are in the new repo that's coming out, there will be an E3 holder for the DIN clips. The E3 Mini, is that what you're talking about? They don't want a bunch of cents on the listed by my window on Nero's Discord. Don't forget the other fan unit. There aren't any heat sets in these. I didn't put a heat set in those. That's a wrench access hole, so you can get to the screw. Now these only, I don't know why it had me populate that many screws here. I'm hoping. So let's see, I think I need, was it 12mm screws here? Or 10? I don't think it was 8. Oh, maybe it's 8. Okay. I'm hoping I've got enough room somewhere to just throw a screw into one of those so it doesn't, ugh. So that's gonna go on there like that and push into the side. There's one. Same thing over here, and 8mm screws are working. Okay, just like that. And now when this is here, is there a spot for me to put a, maybe I can fit a little button head screw there to hold it. I'm gonna use just a 6mm button head and just thread it all the way in. Off to the side, and hopefully that keeps it from rattling around and I can still get this in there. I cannot. Yeah, I can't necessarily, it's hard to follow all the chat banter. I try to, but it's hard. I sent you a DM on Discord, just noticed Sanity hasn't been on streams as of late. She was here last week. She's fine. Sanity's fine. For you, the 0.6 nozzles has the same detail and print quality as a 0.4 nozzle with Arachne and similar. I have the Obsidian 0.6 nozzles. I haven't really tuned to them yet. Leo, thank you. You're tracking the same as me. I was thinking a set screw would do it as well. There she is. Hi, Sanity. You guys are tracking the same way. I just need to see if I have a M3 set screw. Where would those be? I do have some M3 set screws. We may need another Dancing Max. Texts his wife as she loves him very much. She should. Let me be right back. I have a whole little kit of stainless steel set screws, and I think I know where it is. So we'll do another Dancing Max, and I'll manually mute, because for some reason it's not. Okay, I'm back. And I found it. So I bought this ages ago. I don't remember exactly why, but it has M2.5 through M8 set screws, and it's just a ton of them at different lengths. So I'm gonna get a, and the only reason we're doing this is because I've got an extra screw in there for some reason. I don't want it to rattle around. So I'm gonna go with an M3, I think an M3 by 3 is gonna be good enough. So the set screw is used for matrix array. This is not part of the build. What has happened is, for some reason, and I haven't gone back and looked at the, and I'm scrolled up in chat, so I may be answering an old question, but I have an extra screw in the skirts here. And if I don't do this, and this is gonna rattle around. So now I'm gonna catch back up with chat. Just made it, if we've had movement or just being brave, the skirts don't need to come back off. I'm being brave. So now if I take this set screw and just drive it into the nut, and it has that little printed backer, I can just move it out of the way here, and now it doesn't move. So now I can immobilize that. Hey, see you the first layer. Have fun on your stream. Okay, so that's there. And now we can move back on to the other. That just kind of snaps into there. Let's even up the gaps. There. about there, and about there. There we go. How much does a Micron cost? It sounds like the kits, like Federico's kit, is about $800. And is that what I remember someone saying? Oh, I grabbed 2 of these for a reason. So I'm building this with a LDO partial kit, which you can get at West 3D and Fabrico. Fabrico has come out with a full Micron kit, and I think someone was saying it's $679, somewhere around there. And you still need a few things. The partial kit here, as I got it, doesn't have electronics, doesn't have hot end, that kind of thing. There are other places, DFH and all the AliExpress vendors, that there's a few of them that do have Micron kits. But I'm building this LDO partial kit. My throat is really dry today for some reason. 660, okay. What doesn't it include? Magic Phoenix, we'll have one available from the 25th, okay. So now we have a fan wire that's just gonna reach just right to here. And you know what? I'm just gonna plug this in as it is, because it's about right. Shoot. Oh, and I actually put the wrong fan on this side. I actually grabbed the wrong fan. The fan's here, I want it here. So I grabbed the wrong one. So this is good, because I actually wanted, it looked like this one would work better on that side for the fan length. Doesn't include the electronics cables. Okay, so this goes on here. Make sure that's relatively even. Now we're gonna have to put a connector on the end here. And that's gonna be exactly that length, so I'm just gonna use this. There, okay, so I need some JST, so that's this, and a black plug. I have one here, nope, that'll be in here. I'm guessing you're going to spend around $1,000 to completely build a 180 micron, which seems pretty reasonable. Reasonable. Compared to other things that are out there. It is a small printer, but I like the small printer. No bottom panel, not complete. Yep, we will not be putting a bottom panel on this today. That'll be next stream, because I haven't cut it yet. Because my cutters, anything I can use to cut is out of commission right now. Fabrico's kit doesn't include the MCU, hot end, and miscellaneous parts like connectors, crimps, printer feed, and wiring. Okay. But there's you get a discount or something if you buy those things there. They have a combo or something you can buy with it. Is that right? Oh. I'm just looking at the jumpers and the settings. So we're gonna look at this. We're gonna check out this for polarity, and so we're going to look at the Manta. So we have, if we, let me get rid of my, where is that? There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna plug this fan into fan 0, which is PE6. And if we look here, voltage fan 0 is the left pin. And signal would be the black wire. The red wire is on the left, black is on the right, is basically what I'm looking at here. And then the voltage for the fan, these are 24 volt fans, so I want to make sure that the jumpers on this V in setting. So the bottom jumper for here, and I'm gonna plug the other one here into fan 3. So fan 0 and fan 3, and make sure the jumpers are set. Let's go here. So we're talking right in this area. And the only one I really need to change right now is fan 3 is going to come down here. And then fan 2, I'm going to move back to the 5-volt setting, because someone made a good suggestion that any unused fans, you should set them to 5 volts, because if you accidentally plug a 24-volt fan into 5 volts, it's not going to blow. But if you plug a 5-volt fan into 24 volts, it's not going to have a good day. So 24 volts on the 2 I'm going to use, and I moved 5 volts for the ones I'm not. Steve, I have Tina. So if you go back to my videos, I spent a couple of weekday streams building a Shapeoko Pro, the Carbide 3D Shapeoko Pro CNC router. It spins really fast and smells very bad. Yeah. Okay, so these are voltage on the left, right? Voltage, yep, V in on the left, and okay, perfect. And crimpers. Just taking out the jumper would be no potential. Correct. So, but this is a good storage spot for a jumper. Hey, Niraku. So Niraku has really been pushing for a local area get together. We're talking maybe doing something right after Rocky Mountain. So keep an eye out. That'll be a deadline and a incentive to get my Discord configured and open. So something like that can be coordinated. But probably something pretty casual. Get together for a brew or something and hang out. Ah. Okay. Plug these in such that the power wire will be on the left, and I plug it in, and the signal wire will be on the right. This just kind of sets. Yeah, that sets right in there without any drama. Okay. Shapeoko is down. So it's not down, it's just not, I'm building a table for it. So I'm not able to use it because it's not set up to be used. It's working. We need Whopping Packard there. I need to buy things from him. Well, I mean, if you have things, he's going to be coming through this area for Rocky Mountain. So you can always coordinate something. So I'm really tied up in this building, trying to get my other garage sorted. That's been taking all my extra time, all my extra work time. So I will be focusing on the GitHub, on the Discord, as soon as I've freed up the time. Okay, all of these, let's zoom back out a little bit. You make crimping look so easy, I have to redo, throw away so many. It's just practice. They see me in Oxford. Yes, I need to get that going. I actually looked up flights, and flights are not bad compared to at least what I thought they might be. So I'm encouraged. I need to figure out where I'm gonna stay and what the actual trip is going to look like. Because we're going, it's my wife and I are going to go, and we want to make it a little more of a vacation as well, a little wider ranging vacation. Anyone know a public store that would sell DIN rails? Try electrical supply shops in your area. I've tried that though around here, Zombie, and I didn't have any luck. I ended up having to order them. Okay, and then I need that little, oh, there it is, little grub screw. Where will you fly into? I haven't figured out any of that. I think it's Heathrow, is that right? It's just what I did for a check. I just did Delta to Heathrow to see what, approximately what it was gonna cost me. Okay, so then I did the same little grub screw fix to get rid of that extra, screw. Oh, just drop this one. Oh. Okay. Perfect. Even that up. And I'm hoping this will reach, might be a bit of a stretch. Let's take this under all of these. I don't think I'm going to be able to run it through all the same, but it does reach. There we go. Heathrow or Gatwick would be good. Either way, you'll have to drive to Oxford. Yeah. To drive on the wrong side of the road. Okay. Awesome. Now I've got the front skirt to put on, and the skirts will be basically done. I've got all these little accent pieces that go on. I don't know which is which. This must go here. There's something. I think that goes something like that. But the bottom panel gets VHB'd to these, so I'm not putting those on yet. Not the wrong side of the road, but not the right side either. That's funny. What do I have? Do I have anything that'd be good to space this up? Nope, I'm just gonna set it down then. So how many screws do I have here? Okay. So there are screws in the side here. I've got one that has a screw in it I had put in for there. And then these, so if that goes there, it means that one goes there, that one goes there. Now, if I remember right, this was easier to snap this in and then put the screws in, because it is a bit of a tight fit. There we go. Oh no, I couldn't get to, like, well, maybe I can go in from the top. Oh, how do I actually, oh, I did it. Through that hole, straight into the, there we go. Let's line that up and then try it again. That's good. Uh-oh. I keep being scrolled up in chat. It's terrible. Imagine shifting with your left hand. Yeah, but at least aren't manual transmissions still common and easy to get there? I mean, you can get them here. It's just getting more of a rare breed. Okay. We're about to get a look at this thing in its near final state. Are we ready? There we go. Awesome. Hey, Charles. Oh, what do we got? We got 7 minutes till the giveaway. I still see a number 2, though. How close are we to number 3? Manuals are the vast majority over there. Yeah. Mostly manual here, but automatics are starting to get traction. I definitely prefer a manual transmission. Even in traffic, I'm fine with it. I have a hard time driving automatic cars. I actually teach people how to drive manual transmission, and most people that come to me are going on vacation abroad. There you go. 254. Okay. We got 6 minutes to get another 50 likes. I like to see that number 3 there. We have 370 people here. We should be able to do it. The next thing we're gonna do is hook up the optical sensor for boot, because we're really close to just making this move. So the plan would be to go through a bunch of get it all set up, start getting it homing and stuff, and then probably call it for the day. Now that's gonna take a while, all of that, because I do want this to go one more stream. We will have a guest next stream. Heart K is planned to be on, so we will be talking about Micron, and that's why I wanted to go to another stream, and instead of pushing through and trying to get this completely done today. So that, and I could use a little extra time. So where to put the screen. So there is an alternate front skirt that allows for mounting for a screen. The screen that I had planned to use for this build, I'm not able to make work. I've been trying. Where did I put that thing? So this is while we're sitting here waiting, this is a wave share. So it's a 3.5 inch. I thought it would be a good size sitting here. See, that fits really well there. I had even bought these right angle connectors, so I could make a mount that because this is HDMI, because it is a CB1 and it doesn't support a DSi screen, I was going to build a mount with all this. I can get the display to come up. I can't get it to rotate. I tried again the other night using WaveShare's support, the instructions they had sent me, and I just can't get it to rotate. So if I can get that to work, then it'll go on here. If I can't, then I'll probably end up putting a 4.3 inch wave share, which just ends up looking a little big on here, in my opinion. I still have time for the draws. Yep, we've got 4 more minutes until we start. Yeah, I played around with it for a little bit, Max, since last stream, and I tried their instructions and it's not working. Now, I haven't tried it on a fresh, I've been using a Pi I already had. I should try it on a fresh install and see what happens, or even try it on here. There's no reason why I can't try it on here at this point. I've tried the LCD rotate thing, Jack. It's not taking it. Watched DeWitt stream when he was installing the display. He did a rotate. It's very screen dependent, which I believe it's dependent on what particular system they use on the screen. The 2.8 would be good too, but I think it's a DSi display, isn't it? Can you remix them out so you don't have to rotate, or is it portrait? It's portrait versus landscape. Yeah, it comes up like this, or like this, or whatever it is. It's vertical, and the scaling isn't right. Yeah, and I haven't tried reaching back to tell them that that didn't work and see if they have any other suggestions. Actually, they closed the ticket, so I'll have to open a new one because it took a while between my attempts. It's not the same on CB1 as a Pi command. For the CB1, there's a BTT 3.5 screen. The problem with that screen is I believe it's resistive touchscreen. You rotate it by editing the system config on the boot partition of the CB1. If someone wants to send me, if you have any kind of documentation, if somebody could send it to me to try on the CB1, I'll give it a try. If I can get it to work, I'll get a mount mixed up for it. I've been trying it with a Pi 4, so, because documentation out there is for that. I haven't been trying it on this printer. I've been trying it on a regular Pi 4, so, just to be clear. On my screen, I have 3 buttons. If I hold it down, it changes from portrait to landscape. There are 3 buttons here, and they're not very well documented. Well, there is power up and down. My throat. I apologize. I am coughing like crazy. I've been wearing a mask, but the beard. When I've been woodworking, but I'm sure there's something to do with that. Hey, we're at 300 and we're 1 minute away from the drawings. Instructions are on the BTT. I'll check it out then. I do find screens on printers useful. I like to baby step there, and I like, especially the clipper screen, I like being able to shut down a printer right there instead of having to go to the computer. It's on the repo for the latest system image for the CB1. Okay, thanks Poindexter, I'll check it out. And I could probably just get past the resistive screen and give the Big Tree Tech one a try. I just have a general aversion to resistive touchscreens. And I'm noticing my front skirt is not even, so I need to fix that. Okay, so we are time for the giveaway. Let me bring up, oh, I need my keyboard. Wheel of names. And hope it has my config here still. Yep, it does. I know I'm not sharing my screen yet. I'm deleting last week's names. Sending you a message on Discord from the Fabrico SolidFork Discord. Okay. MDF produces some nasty dust. Oh yeah, and I definitely wore as tight a mask as I could while I was doing that. Okay. We are going to give away, oh, let me close the ad. We are going to give away a set of Micron steppers from LDO, courtesy of LDO. We have a good number of responders. We have over 300 likes, so all criteria are met, real or otherwise. I'm going to close the LDO portion of the giveaway in 3 seconds without any responses. So links are in the description. If you have not entered, you have 3 seconds to enter. Okay? So need your Discord name and email. So 3, and I'm gonna do the same for the Polymaker one right after this. So you can use this time if you haven't done that. So no responses in 3, 2, 1. Sounds like oh, there's one. 3, 3, 2, 1, and the LDO one is closed. Okay, LDO is closed. So now Polymaker is going to close in 3, 2, 1.5, 1.25. Okay, Polymaker is closed. Did I say Discord? I meant YouTube name. YouTube name. It's whatever the... I misspoke. It's YouTube name and email. Those are very long seconds. Hey, I give everyone a chance, right? You can't come back and say, I didn't give you a chance. So we have our St. Patty's Day festive Charlie, thanks to, I'm terrible at names and I apologize. Where is me? Hey, I gotta be there. There you are. Okay, so let me grab the LDO. We'll do the LDO one first. Let me grab the names. Wait, I used my Discord name. Okay, let me grab the names for the LDOs giveaway. We are giving away, courtesy of LDO, thanks to Jason, a full set of the steppers for this build. We've done it for every stream, and we'll do it one last time next stream. Let me paste in the names. And it is the 19th, 2 days after the St. Patty's Day. So we'll go with a number between 1 and 19. 1 and 19. Your on-screen chat is really slow all of a sudden? Oh, I don't know. Let's go 1 and 19. Little view of Charlie here. There we go. 1 and 19. I see lots of 13s. So let's go 13. Must be here. You got 2 minutes once I draw your name. Otherwise, we go on to the next person. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and spin. LDO Micron stepper motor kit. And our winner is Renisv, HRANISV. Say something in chat, tag me if you can. Congratulations. Renisv. Renisv. Are you here? Are they taggable? We know that doesn't really mean anything. Are you here? Oops, I forgot to set a timer. You get extra time. You get extra time. I forgot to set a timer. Renisv. Let's see, did I miss anything? What do we got? More people here than likes. That's okay. Logging into another account as we speak. There are not that many extra beyond people that have peaked. So, hey, there you are. Congratulations. Let me grab that. Make sure I got what looks like a good email address. Awesome. Congratulations. There you are. You will receive an email from Jason. And it sounds like these have shipped. So it shouldn't be too long of a wait. The earlier winners, it was a little bit while they got organized and shipped. So congratulations. Let's get rid of the names and we'll go on to the Polymaker giveaway. Let's go. Okay, link to sheets, create the sheet. Miss out on the steppers to give me incentive. So Renisv, are you gonna build a Micron with these? Oh, there goes Charlie. Question, are you gonna build a Micron? Sean, you were the first entry in the Polymaker giveaway. I guess I have to now. Good, that's the right answer. That's the right answer. Oh, okay, let me copy these. Oh, that's the timer. And paste. I'll trade you pets for Filament. Okay, you get out, Charlie. There we go. More interested in the printer food, polymix. Yep, there we go. Okay, so everybody's here. How many things do we want to go between? I know I did this last week, but 19th, 9 and 1 is 10, so 0 to 10. Hey, thanks, Jack. I'll check that out. Let's go with a number between 0 and 1, or 0 and 10. Oh, we did have Pi Day in between. We missed, we didn't do anything with Pi Day. That's okay. 0 and 10. Let's see. I'm seeing lots of 10s. Let's go with 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And this is a Polymaker filament. It is either a coupon if you are in a couple of coupons if you're in the US and Canada, or a selecting a roll of filament. Demok 6, are you here? I am starting a timer. Demok 6, are you here? Tag me or say something. Someone will see you. Congratulations. And Charlie already wants back in, so keep an eye on chat for me, please. Oh, Demok 6, are you here? You have 1 minute and 41 seconds to respond. Congratulations. Oh, there we go. BTT also made a dance. A docs page to help with a lot of install and config stuff. Yeah, I know BTT is working on some more doc stuff. Being first on the list didn't give me an advantage. Apparently not. Demok 6 is here. Where? Saw them. Where are they? There you are. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's copy and paste that. And look and make sure I have what looks like a good email address. I've never not had a good email address. But there you are. And you know what? For anybody who's concerned, the email address matches, or is not matches, but is close. You can tell. Okay, congratulations. Very nice. Let me close that, and I'll just go ahead and remove these now. We can move on. Awesome. Thank you. Big thanks to LDO and to Polymaker. Congratulations to the winners. Awesome. So you, Demok 6, will receive an email from me, and it usually takes me, I usually get busy after stream, usually takes me to the next day to send it. You will receive an email from me with a link to a form. So removing the giveaway links, because everybody is awesome about reminding me of that. So let's remove the pin and edit the description. Oh, shoot. Let's cut that and save. Okay, that's out. Viewer numbers takes a nosedive. You know what? It doesn't dive as much as you would think. So my graph goes and then dips, but my average has been over 300 people average on these streams, so that's pretty good. Our Damox 1 to 5 also signed up. Okay, let's give Charlie some loves. Let him settle in for a little bit. See you, Pedro. Okay, where did we leave off? We have the skirts on. I need to center the front skirt. Let's see how much I can do one-handed. Specs for the long strings. Yeah, they've always been a little on the long side, but I only stream once a week. So if I'm gonna actually get any progress on things, I I kind of feel like it needs to be. There we go. Otherwise some of these builds would take, I mean, a dozen streams. I could do more off camera, but that's okay. Okay, that is much better. Look at this guy. He is chill. He just settles in. On the dust face masks, check out Powered Positive Airflow Full Face Masks. They work well for woodworkers with full beards. I will check that out, Bill. Thank you. Okay. Let's see if you will take to your pillow now. What control board is this one using? It's the Big Tree Tech Manta M8P. And where are we at? We are at the optical sensor for Boop. So we are going to pull up. So I have the bare sensor is what we'll be using. Now, by the time Boop is released, and I think, but I'm not sure, Beta 3 has a PCB version, but Fabrico supplied the this sensor for me for this build, along with the parts, the rail and stuff for Boop. So the X rail and stuff. So I'm going to use the parts that have been provided to me. We need a 220 ohm resistor. First print on my new Trident just finished and it looks really nice. Awesome. Congratulations. I may know someone who is printing the Polymaker Galaxy Teal ABS right now. Sweet. Okay, so I bought just a pack of resistors from the Amazons. 220 ohm. Grab one of those. I'm gonna keep my 2.4 LBTT electronics, but not happy with their SB2209 CAN board. Uses, yes, those connectors are tiny. I imagine they're probably going to change that. I don't get my Galaxy until Thursday. I don't know anything. I haven't, I'd like an update, but Charlie cam coming up. Charlie is deciding to sit where the cam usually is. So I'm waiting for him to settle. Okay, so resistor that, and we're gonna pull up the tap GitHub. So I'm gonna grab my keyboard. Voron tap GitHub. We're gonna go to tap, and we're gonna go to the manual. So this is for the full-size version, but these instructions are the same. So I'm gonna get this and download it. And open it. Okay. So Charlie needs a shamrock crown. So this is tap. These are the instructions. We're gonna kind of skip down to just the wiring. So this page here is what is going to be important for us. It's a nice color. Yeah, I bet it is. Are you talking about the Galaxy Teal? Yeah. Okay, so we are going to follow these instructions on this thing. We're going to do some stripping and soldering and heat shrinking, and apparently we're going to get inspected. And we're gonna play with Charlie a little bit. He's not super interested. There we go. Anyway. Okay, so we have this guy here. And red and black is on this side, so if we hold it the same way, green is going to go over and connect to black. And then red and white. So green is going to come over and connect to the black wire. And then red and white are going to combine into the resistor, with the resistor on the other side. So the white wire on the other side of the resistor. Okay. Resistor, yeah, I know. I saw it. It's underneath the printer somewhere. I'm lost here. So basically what we're going to do is kind of figure a total wire length, I think, that I want for this. So I'm gonna recover the resistor and just put it there. This is going to go in here into the back of the, how does that go? There we go. It's gonna go there. And then I have to figure out how I want this to wire into that. If I wanted to have a little bit of extra, I don't know if you can see that. If I want a little bit of extra wire and loop it around this way, or if I just want to go kind of straight up and plug in. My sister's just a memory now. It's a memristor. So let's see. I think I want to give myself kind of in the middle. I'll probably maybe a little zip tie or something to hold this and go about that much wire into my, or maybe I'll loop it around underneath the heater. Maybe something like that to plug in. So I'm probably only going to need about that much wire. So let's take that and cut this off so I don't have Charlie there. So I got a bunch of extra wire I'm not going to need. I might grab scraps of that. And then now we're going to take the black wire and the green wire need to be combined. And I don't know if I want to do it what they said or just go all the way to the connector with it. I've not done this before, so I'm kind of figuring out what way I want to do this as we go. Add to my drawer various lengths of wire. Yep. I can't see Charlie, your cam is in the way. There we go. He moved for you. He knew. He heard. He read. Service loop, yep. Let's see if I can do something here. Where is my strippers? So what I want to try with a Charlie in the way is take the black wire here, and I am going to try just stripping a little section of it. Yep, that worked. So I just took the strippers and just did a, just cut it and push the wire out of the way. Now I'm going to cut the green wire there, and I'm gonna just combine that and then heat shrink it, just like it shows in the picture. So now I'm gonna cut this here and strip this. There we go. You created a huge XY system on your ceiling with a birdie drop that you adjust the height of. I wonder if Charlie would chase it. Probably. These optical interrupt sensors make for great end stop sensors. Yeah, a lot of printers do that. Okay, are you gonna take to your pillow again? Because you're really kind of in the way. Move that out of the way and maybe he'll settle down. So we need to switch out for soldering tip. The 1.25 millimeter connector on the BTT. Are they JST GH or Molex Pico blade as I want to order? I don't know the exact designation. I got a little confused on that last time. They're a JST. I just don't know if they're of the actual designation. Okay. Let's see. And maybe easier. I'll move things around here. There we go. I know the focus is going to be weird with this. What wire strippers do you use? These are the Engineer PA06. Why not get both connectors and make them? Are you talking about for the BTT board? The problem, I think, the bigger problem with those, some of the connectors on the on that board is they're not rated to crimp the wire size that they want you to use. How is this? That's not very focused, is it? There, and take that out of the way. Put a little dab of solder in. There. Oh, I have no grip on that with those tweezers. There we go. There we go. Come on. Anyway, shiny solder joint is what we're looking for there. I need to, I've been talking about it before. I need to figure out something better for this. Something that I can deal with focus better. Okay. So shiny solder joint, good connection. We'll put a piece of heat shrink on that. The next one is going to be the power wire, I'm guessing. The red wire goes to the resistor. So this one we're going to, I think we're just going to put all these in this general area, I think, or maybe further along. Yeah, maybe I'll do it a little further along and see what happens. Let's go here. So I'm going to actually cut this one and strip off a short section. And then the other side, we'll strip off a section. Maybe a little longer section. And then the white wire is going to go to the other side of this. So that's going to go to about there. And strip off a section. Okay. Where are we? So now this can solder. Oops, I don't really want to I should be grabbing this from the mounting side, not the, there we go. And then the resistor doesn't need this long of leads, so we're gonna cut those down. And we're going to tin those wires. Okay, so heat up the iron, get some water. I wonder if this will work better. Maybe that'll work better. Okay, that's gonna get hot, but that's okay if I'm quick. And then tin this. And these wires, what am I doing here? I think I'm gonna want to kind of twist these together, will they? I don't think they will. This will be fun. Okay, this will solder to the end here. Just like that. That's a good joint. Actually, I can take this, maybe wrap this around the resistor lead here to kind of hold it in place. Oops. There we go. Solder that. And then the rest of the red lead now solders to the end here. There we go. Okay. It's all wired up now. Hey, Joe. Did I miss anything? Now would be a good time to pre-add a piece of heat shrink. So I'm going to throw a piece of heat shrink over this little assembly, then a piece of heat shrink here. And then the whole thing, I could throw a couple of little pieces. I'll show you how I'd do that. We'll grab the heat shrink. Eclipse, thanks for the gifted memberships. This is the boop sensor, yep. Okay, so let's see what I can get in my little bits of scrap here. See if I have anything of the appropriate size. This one should work. So this is going to be for the black wire. Let's turn that off. It's going to go on there. Get my heat gun. Okay, so that is heat shrunk. And then a little bigger piece. And maybe I can just run it over all of them. Since there's nothing it's going to run into, I can run a piece maybe this size over all of it. Maybe? Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. So I'm gonna run that fairly long, I think. There's no sharp points on here that's gonna poke into any other wires. What do you use for overhead camera? That's a Sony ZV-1. Okay, so if I put this on here, just kind of run this hopefully over the whole thing. It's a little tight. That's a... There we go. And now it's fully covered. And then what do we end up with? The blue, black, and red. And then that's gonna go there, and then I'm gonna wrap that around, I think, to there, so. Kind of hold it in the position I think it's going to end up being. There we go. So now we have a sensor that's going to go down in here and wrap around this way, and then plug into the into the port there. Okay, so black is ground, black is MCU 0 volts. Oh, here. So black is gonna go to ground basically. Out signal is blue, and then +5 volts is red. We are going to plug that into the EBB36. So EBB36, we go to that GitHub, and the 1.1 is the same. Oop, that was a 42, 36, and then the pin out. So the pin diagram. So what I'm going to use is this pin here. So we're gonna go 5 volts, ground, and PB6 is what we're gonna plug that into. Charlie left his spot. Charlie is in his spot. Charlie is there, okay. Okay, so this is gonna go on there. Signal ground 5 volts. And that is a, is that a regular XH connector? Is that a regular XH or is it a PH? Oh, it's a PH. It's not a 4-pin. Oh, that's, do I have a black connector for that? It's a PH, but do I have a black PH connector? Maybe? Maybe? Is this it? Yes. Yes, sweet. I do. and I'm realizing as I'm talking about this, I left the white connector on the fan. I'll fix that. Don't worry. I'll fix that. Okay. So now, where are things? I've got my other EBB36 here, so I don't have to fiddle around inside the printer. So that's gonna go there, which means we're gonna go here. Yes. So blue or black, no, blue, black, red. So if I cut these to their minimum length, they need to be something like this. Okay. And the pH connectors, terminals, are right here. So let's get this wired up. Oh yeah, I have a little extra there because I had pushed the insulation down on the black wire. Okay, so those three, and then pH terminals 1, 2, and 3. This is gonna go right like this, so there. Just gauging my, okay. So signal, and I use the 1.0 millimeter, yeah, the 1 millimeter thing for pHs. And then, oops, and that one did not crimp well enough, so I gotta redo that. It pulled right off. I didn't squeeze hard enough. That is the disadvantage of a manual, doing this manually. You have to gauge if you've done the crimp hard enough. Where the ratcheting ones have a tension adjustment. And get one more. Okay, so now this is going to plug in here. I'm just making sure I get all my pins the right. So this is 5 volts is on the end. Ground is the next one. And PB6. The first signal pin is the one I'm deciding to use. I use a little screwdriver to push these pins in. There we go. Okay. I'm caught up on chat. I see Mr. V8 Rick. Thanks for becoming a member. Okay, I squeeze the crimp tool handles till I get dizzy. That's how I know I used enough pressure. My wife watches a stream with me only if Charlie is around. Awesome. Okay, so here is my optical sensor. So I have a resistor in there. I have the JST pH connected. I kind of pre-formed the heat shrink to the general direction I think it's going to need to go. And then it's probably, is it an M3 by 6 or is it an M3 by 8 for mounting this? Let's see if I even have any. Oh, there's a 6. I think a 6 will work. Let's get this stuff out of the way. And maybe there we go. This is going to go down in there just like that. Sneak in there. Nope. We're gonna want at least an 8 in there. That doesn't hit threads. 6mm doesn't hit threads. Now let's try an 8. There we go. Not tight. No ugga-duggas. That's just gonna go right over here like just like that. It's gonna sit up in there. There we go. Okay, Boop is officially connected. Dale, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so that, I'll clear out some of the stuff I've left on here, throw it away, and we need to fix this connector. That white connector is not acceptable. Hey, Michaela. Welcome. How are you? Thank you for coming on. How is Xander doing? So, my son has made his first long trip drive solo this weekend, and to his cousin's birthday party. And Michaela here is my niece. He's leaving soon? Okay. Thanks for showing up. What do you think? Are you going to build a printer? Do I need to build you a printer? Would you print with it? Let's get everybody to say hi, Michaela. Can we get everyone to say hi, Michaela? Say hi, Michaela, and happy birthday, Ryler. Okay, so we are replacing pin here. Now, I didn't rebend those the tines on the terminal, but I pulled on them and they seem okay. So hopefully that doesn't bite me. I just forgot. Awesome. So Michaela and Ryler had said that they've seen my videos. I don't know that they've seen them live before, so that's awesome. Oh, there we are. There's Ryler. It's about a 2-hour drive from here. Hopefully it was 2 hours for him. It needed to be 2 hours, at least. Hey, Ryler. Happy birthday, bud. I know it's been a couple of weeks. It's just the birthday party. I know that both of them, Rayler and Michaela, would learn and get use out of one, so. Yep. Hey, Dan. Okay, so we fixed the problem with the fan wire. It's now a black connector. We put the optical sensor on. I think we're ready to start this up and finish the config. Will that be the next build stream? I think we are ready to... Where did my power cord go? Where did I put that? Oh, I put it over here. I think we're ready to power it up and finish the config. Still need to plug in the hot end wire. You're right. Yes, I can do that now. You're right. I can do that. Don't forget to hook up the thermocouple for the hot end. Yes, that is a good call. I need to squeeze my fingers in here. Are the ferrule okay on the CAN board? Yes. Forget the print, just go straight to a speed benchy. Okay, this is a bit of a close, hard to see, but, and probably terrible focus again. Now that we've got the firmware installed, this is very, very tight. Wow. And this isn't the greatest connector they chose for this either. Wow, that is not wanting to squeeze in there. Oh. There we go. Woo! I think that's going to stay out there okay. Xander says hi too. Awesome. Hi, Xander. 19-minute truck. Let's go back here. Instead of ferrule, I've used heat shrink and just bare wire. That's not a bad idea for that. Okay, that's plugged in. We can also, now that we know things are okay, we can plug the heated bed in, and that's, where is that? That's right here. That's this guy. So let me get that plugged in. See how much of a pain it is. I'm looking for a screwdriver. That guy goes in there. So now the heat bed is plugged in. Where else are we? Did you connect the SSR signal wire? That's what I'm doing now. Yep. Give it a tug. Everything, yeah. Yeah, things are good, I think. Okay. There's the front. Now are we ready to turn it on? We got the tool head on, everything's plugged in. Yeah, I think we're okay. Oh, and that should power on because the switch was on. Hey, DJ Natty. Hey, how's the sound today? I did make a couple of tweaks. I don't know if they helped or not. The real question is so we had Ryler and Michaela on here. Did you both hit like? I mean, 2 more likes makes a difference. Okay, I think, is this thing on? No screen, it's hard to tell. Let's see. Let's go here, and try again. Okay, everything is hooked up. What I want to do is get that Pi. So the CB1 is fairly cool right now at only 30 C. It's just warming up though. Clicky gets installed where the normal probe would be. Who sells those dark rock plates? So this is an LDO plate. I don't know if they're openly for sale yet or generally for sale yet. I think they're kind of testing them. Sounds good to me, to you? Awesome. Is it picking up any extra, like if I tap here on the desk, picking up anything extra from any cameras? I want the CB1 to warm up a little bit. I want to see how much difference the controller fan is going to make on that. I heard that 3-time tapping. You got ears. The hot air gun was inaudible earlier. Okay, that's good to hear. DJ Natty has got some ears. That's what I have to say. It's looking like only 33 C. I mean, the STM chip on the Manta is just as hot. Back from the hardware store, crazy crimp on terminal rings are so expensive, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna set up these fans then. So I am going to grab a config from one of my other printers. So let's grab, only because I've already done this, let's go. My V1 or my original Trident. It's still named Voron 1. But let's go to the machine and the printer config. And nope, I want to go to, this is one where I changed up a few things. Terry, thanks for gifting the memberships. I have a separate file here. I don't like this setup. PyFan, here we are. So PyFan, and let's go to the machine, and we're gonna go down to the fans. Here we are. And that pin we're going to use is this fan 3, which is PE5. So we're going to use PE5 here. TE5, max power, I think all of these don't matter. I have it it's on all the time. It's never under 10C here, basically, which means it's always gonna be on. And then I run it, in this case, I ran it at half speed. And then the controller fan should just turn on. We should be all good. So save and restart. So the fan over the Pi should turn on. Yep. Yep, and it's quiet, and it's just blowing air. So there is a fan running for the Pi. And let's see what that CB1 37C, let's see where it ends up. Now we don't have a bottom panel on here, so it's not gonna be as good. How's the streaming PC? 0 hiccups. So there's 2 big things that I've done in the last little bit is I have a dedicated internet connection now for streaming that's separate from what I was using before. And then this PC, so. I'm still running Windows 10. This isn't Windows 11, this is Windows 10. So that CB1 is at 37. Oh, it's actually going up. So let's see what it does when the bottom panel gets on too. Okay. Back into the config. Let's go down to the probe. So for stepper Z, I have end stop pin is probe virtual end stop. So this is so we can use the probe as a as the end stop. So now we go down to probe, down below extruder apparently. There's probe. So I've already configured this. This is on the EBB36 PB6 and all 0 offsets, and the rest of this should be okay. Are you saying that a bottom panel will improve cooling? I thought it would be the opposite. I think it'll help, I think it would help direct airflow. If you have fans, then it would improve it. If you don't have fans, then I don't think it would. At least intuitively, that makes sense to me. So PB6 is the pin on that. PB6 is what we used. So we should be able to, and did I make any changes here? Let's save and restart just in case. So we are here and we're gonna go back to machine, and I want to, where is it? Isn't it under machine? There we are. I want to query the end stops. Now we're not going to get anything on, we're not gonna get anything on these others. We have to check things. We have open, triggered. We need to change the X end stop. I'm gonna push boop up and query again. And we're not getting a change here. We're not getting a change on the probe. What am I doing wrong? Okay. We are not getting a change on the probe. So why? Oh, that's not screwed in all the way for one thing. I don't know if that's gonna matter. Yeah, I'm not getting a change, but yeah, let's look at the configs. I'm thinking pull up, yep. So let's go into the config, and for the probe, do we need, let's go down to probe. So we probably need a pull up here, huh? Pull up. Let's see what that does. Let's save and restart. and query the end stops and push it up and query. Now, before we go too far with this, let me pull the optical sensor and see if we can manually trigger it. So I'm gonna pull this out of here. And block it and query. Yes. So we've got a problem with the boop. So it's working. It's opposite. So right now, no, it's correct. So it should show open when it's blocked. I think that's how it works. And then it should, so we do this, and now if I pull, I've got a little blocker there for the light. If I query again, it's triggered, which means boop isn't actually. Now this is a beta version. Sorry about my throat. This is the beta version, so it could be something to do with that. I'm gonna put it back in and try to shift it around to see if we can get it to work. There's an issue with beta 3 where you need to use shims to trigger. What does that mean? Shims where? Shims to space it out? Here, it's fully seated now. And if okay, now let's space it out a little bit. Aha, okay, I can do that. We can deal with that. Good, thank you. That's useful. So, what I did is, let's see if I can show a view here. So if you see in here, here's the see that? If pushed in all the way and I query it, it's triggered. If I pull this out, you see how I just pulled that out just a little bit and query it, now it's working. So I'm gonna put maybe just a little M3 washer in there and see if that does it. Now the other question is if I push this up and query, yep, it's working. So I need a little washer. Good job, thank you. That was useful. No, I think I'm just gonna grab a little M3. I have some nylon washers here. Then I don't have any chance of accidentally shorting anything out. I'm gonna use two nylon washers. I'm gonna use 2 nylon washers if I can get them in there. And I think I lost the screws, so let's grab another one. So I'm gonna need glasses for this one. Let's put the screw in here and then 2 nylon washers on here. Yep, and they fit good. Get that back in there. There, and then bend this back out of the way. Now I might have to do something about that wire management, but that'll be okay. Are people allowed to use one chat? Doesn't that get an immediate ban? Okay, so I've spaced it out a tad. If I query the end stops now, it should query open. Yep. So now if I push the tool head up and query, we're querying triggered. Nice. Thank you. There's also, yeah, I'm sure, a new printed part. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. I need to reprint the parts for this because it has been quite a few weeks since I printed those. Awesome, crisis averted. You saved the stream. And it did need the pull up anyway. So, okay, now we need to configure sensorless homing and homing directions in general. So let's go to, what sensor is that? OPB or Omron? It's OPB, I think. I got it from Hector Fabrico. So, well, this is more of the mechanism is the reverse logic on this, Kilroy. So you use a normally open switch setup instead of a normally closed for the same effect, right? Okay, sensorless homing setup. If we want to go, there's a guide, isn't there? Isn't there a Voron design guide that Klee did? If we go to community documentation, so I went to docs.vorondesign.com, into the community documentation. Oops, here. And I think there was a sensorless homing guide in here. If there isn't, we can go to Clipper docs. Setting up and calibrating sensorless XY homing. So here's where we want. So when using StallGuard hardware setup, so we should be set up for the hardware and then software setup. So this is setting up those virtual end stops. And let me zoom a lot on this so you can actually read it. So this is setting up that virtual end stop that you saw in the config earlier. And then under the TMC settings, there's a diag pin, but then this setting right here, this SGTRHS value, this is what we need to add in. So let's copy that and go to our config for X and Y. So here's X, and you notice the end stop pin TMC 2209 virtual end stop, and then down here in the TMC 2209 settings, we need to put the driver SGTHRS value. So we'll do the same thing down here for Y, and then we'll go back to the guide. So the following pin examples are from the Octopus, that's fine. So the other piece that I'd already put in here was this diag pin. This diag pin is the PF4, which would be the end stop port. So this is for the second stepper, so PF4 for the Y. Hey, Earth. So we use the end stops, gets routed through the diag pin. Okay, back to the guide. Finding the right StallGuard threshold. The calibration process is, for TMC 2209, start with this high value in the console. For this other, if you have a 2260 or 2130 or 5160, it's a different value there. But we're dealing with 2209s. So the 255 is the most sensitive value. So you want to start sensitive and it won't even move. And you bring that down until it will move. So we don't even know that the stepper and direction stuff is correct on here yet. So we are going to turn those values down, and the consequence of that is not going to be drastic. What would basically happen if we turn these values to be not sensitive enough, like let's bring this down to like 50, which is typical for around a Voron 0 or something. I want it to move because I want to know that things are moving in the right direction. The consequence of it is it's going to grind at the end if it's not sensitive enough. And I think that's okay. So I'm gonna deviate from the guide a little bit, only because I want to see how the printer is moving, to see if it's moving correctly. Stepper buzz is hard to check on X and Y. It's easy to check on Z, which we do need to do next. We do need to check our Zs before we get too far in this. That's a good reminder. But it's hard to check stepper buzz is in the right direction on your X and Y and a Core XY. The mental gymnastics. Okay, so let's save and restart that. And let's do some stepper buzzing, because you're right, I need to do stepper buzzing. Always spooky setting up stall guard. I think it would test with something on the print bed first. Oh, well, yeah, we'll be okay here. We're going to do the stepper buzz. And on the console, what is it? Stepper buzz, stepper, oops, stepper equals stepper Z. Is that right? And we should see this one move. And it should move up first. And it moved down first. So I'm opposite. I'm the wrong direction on stepper 0. So it moved down first. First move should be in the positive direction. So I'm not going to move this camera around, and I wanted to hit that one. We're going to do this again. So I need to reverse stepper 0. We're going to check Z1. And it's doing the same thing. It's moving down first. So I need to reverse stepper 1. We're going to go stepper 2, which is the back corner over here. That's weird. That's really weird. Every move was up. Every move was up. It did not move up and down. Let me see. Every move was up over here. I've never seen that before. Here, let's double check that. I'm going to move that down. Okay. I'm going to do this again. Watch this. Yeah. It's moving up every move. Okay, that's weird. So let's check stepper 3. Whoa, and stepper 3 shut down. That's stepper 3 shut down. Here, we did this. Stepper Z3, register IFCNT. We've got a problem with stepper 3. A real problem with stepper 3. Let's do a couple of things here. Let's check to see, because there was the question on whether I used the correct diagram when I set up my config. So let's do a couple. We're gonna check wiring, and we're gonna check config. Since everything's on right now, I'm gonna check config first. So we're gonna go to the printer config, and stepper 2 and 3 are the ones that we're having trouble with. Stepper 0 and 1 worked. So we're gonna go down here first to stepper 2, Z2. So, and then we're gonna bring up the wiring diagram here. And stepper Z2 is plugged into, so I have motor 1 and motor 2 is A and B. Motor 3 is blank. I think it's 4, 5, 6, and 7. So this should be motor 6. So motor 6, direction pin should be, stepper 2 should be PD15. So stepper 2, direction pin, oh, PA15. Where is PD15? So this is config. So I think I've got, because like I said, I did this just kind of at my desk, going through pins, writing things down, changing this config. So motor 6, so AB, nothing, Z0, 1, 2. So motor 6 should be PD15. I want to, just for fun, let's bring up a new window here. Let's find out if it is the, if it's a matter of me looking at the wrong pinout. So let's look at the 1.1. Motor 6, yeah, motor 6 is PA14. Yep, I looked at the wrong one. So whoever caught that earlier, you're absolutely right. I screwed up. So let's fix it. So this is the 1.0, the address says 1.0. Let me close the other screen so I don't get mixed up. So motor 6, direction pin is PD15. So motor 6, direction pin is PD15. 15? Yep, I used the 1.1 pinout, and I didn't think I had. I thought I remembered looking at that. So it's all about pin mapping is the problem here. So we're gonna fix that. Enable pin on this motor 6, enable pin is PA15. So that was correct, and that's why it actually moved. So it moved, but it didn't know what to do. So that's a kind of a interesting side effect when you don't have the direction pin correct, but the enable pin is correct. And then we want the UART pin for that is PF8. And that is another reason why it actually worked. Now we're gonna run into problems with the next one because that UART pin's gonna be wrong. And that's why we got the actual critical error. So, does anybody by chance know what other changes are different between the two? Is it all in these, or is there another thing that I'm going to run into? Because so far other things have been working. So now stepper 3, which is going to be motor 7. Oh, and did I get the step pin correct? Is it PA10? Let's look at the step pin. Step pin is PA10. Yep. So it is PA10. So motor 7, the direction pin is PD11. Direction pin is PD11. The step pin for motor 7 is PD12. And the enable pin is PD14. And then the UART pin is PD13. There are a few things. See ya, Uncle Paul. Extruder, but I'm using can, and some end stops here are not using them. But what we need to check is to make sure that the diag pins are correct, because that's what I will be using. So let's go up here and check that. Stepper Y, diag pin is PF4. We are PF4. Okay, PF4 and PF3. For X is PF3. Okay, so those should be okay. So let's, while we're here, stepper Z needs to be inverted. So get rid of the exclamation point, and stepper Z1 needs to be the same. So add an exclamation point. So now save and restart. Check all the pins on the motor. We've found a configuration error, so I want to try this first. So we're gonna go in here. I thought this stream was ended. You haven't been around much. This is typical, and this is good. My streams usually go 4 or 5 hours. Okay. We are going to do stepper Z first. Oops, it's not sitting even. Oh. Okay, stepper Z first. Yep, positive move first. So that change, the direction change was correct. Let's go back to this view. And we're gonna test stepper 1. Yep, positive move first. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to invert the direction on the other 2 Z's as well. And then this is the one that was a problem, one of the problems. So stepper 2. Okay, so it's inverted, but it is working properly now. Okay, then move over to this one that caused an error, stepper Z3. And both of those need to be inverted, but they're working. So it was all my fault using the 1.1 diagram instead of the 1.0. M6 and 7 M8, SPI, MCU card, RGB 1 and 2, fan 4. Okay, thank you, RAM Online. None of those other ones impact me. So now let's go back into the machine and invert steppers 2 and 3. And then we should be good on stepper buzz for the Z steppers. So Z2, with direction pin, we're gonna reverse invert whatever's there. So invert the invert, and stepper 3 invert. Save and restart. Okay. Now I'm gonna do a quick stepper buzz Z3, and that moved positive first, and then Z2. Let's just go here. So now Z2, and that one moved positive first. Okay, Z steppers are good. Now it's stepper buzz, stepper X and Y. Stepper X. And that should be this guy. CB1 at 44 degrees now. That's what it got up to before. And it was on for less time, I think. I got nothing out of that. Did I? Oh. I accidentally hit caps lock. There we go. Oh. Okay, we have a problem. We got the same issue. So I have a pinout issue on stepper X. So let's see what's going on there. So regarding the Raspberry Pi LCD, which distro you've used? It's just the regular Pi OS. Hey Steve, which keyboard do you use there? Looks pretty good in gray. This is the Micron K1 SE. Official Raspbian, yes. I was using official Raspbian. Okay, let's go to printer config and stepper X. Stepper X, we got an error, so let's check our pinouts. So step M1 should be this. Enable is PC11. So enable is PC11. Direction is is that PB4? Yeah, PB4. Direction is PB4. Step is PE2 and UART is PC10. PE. So step is PE. My eyes saw PB. PE. My eyes saw PE. It should be PB. And then PC10. So I had a typo in the step pin. So now, so that should be PB. And this text, I gotta say, this isn't the easiest to read with all these colors. So step pin for the Y should be PF12. So let's double check that. Step pin for Y is PF12. Direction pin is PF11. Enable pin is PB3 and PF13. PB3 and PF13. Okay, so Y should be okay. Direction or step pin is PE2. PE2, thank you. Huh? M1, direction pin is PB4. PB4. Step pin is PE2. Okay, that's what I got wrong. PE2. E. Okay, sorry, PE. I was said it so many times I got myself mixed up. So let's save and restart. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with this Micron keyboard. I like the feel. I like it. And it's nice and compact. I just have to figure out a good spot to put it. Okay, let's go back and repeat our stepper X. And this should go. No. Why is that not going? Why is that not going? Let's firmware restart and try stepper Y. Let's see what happens with stepper Y. Well, Y works. Y moved. UART pin for X should be PC10. Let's go here. UART pin for X is PC10. PC10. So we didn't change anything. Let's shut it down and look at the driver area. Make sure all the jumpers are correct. Make sure our wires look okay. Yeah, make sure everything's plugged in. So we check config. Now we're gonna go in and check Ah, that just cracked apart in the skirt. That's not good. I heard that. Okay, everything's unplugged. Stepper X. All the pins look correct compared to other ones near them. Let's pull this guy out. Nothing looks shorted. All the sensorless jumpers are in place. Make sure these look the same. Those look the same. Let's swap them. Let's swap the X and Y stepper drivers and see what happens. Because everything physically looks okay. All the jumpers are in the right spot between those two. The sensorless wire is there. Okay. Yep, fusion lit. We're on the same page. Okay, powering it back on. Check the name of the stepper and config. We'll check it all, just in case. Let's move this back here. Washers. Okay, this should be good. Let's find out. Try again. There we are. Okay, so stepper Y worked last time. Let's let it finish booting up, apparently. Moonraker can't connect to Clipper. Why not? Oh, there we go. Just took a little bit. So I'm gonna try the command for stepper Y because it worked last time. If it errors this time, then we have a pretty good idea that it's a driver issue. Okay, so it's working. So it's not the stepper driver. Let's try X. No, X is still failing. Let's double check our config. Stepper X. Everything's spelled. PE2 is step pin. Is it PF3 is the... PF4. PF3 and PF4. PC10. So we have a diagram here. I think Big Tree Tech has a example config. Let's look at for a Voron 2. We go in here and look at the stepper X. So just making sure there isn't a typo in any of their documentation. So we're checking a couple of sources of theirs. So stepper X is PE2, PB4, PC11. Oh, but this is probably example config for the 1.1, huh? Because that's all wrong. Look at this. Stepper X, they're putting, oh, it's on motor 1. Yeah. PE2, PB4, and PC11. but PC10. So look at this. Look at this difference in the definition. Step pin for stepper X on motor 1. Step pin is PE2. If we go to the here, stepper X. Oh, it is PE2. I was looking at the wrong thing. It's getting to be a long stream apparently. We do need diag pin. Diag pin is there. Diag pins are there, and Y works. Never mind. It was getting to be a long day. I got confused. Direction pin PB4. Direction pin PB4. Enable pin PC11. PC11. And diag UART pin PC10. I had the same issue. Take out anything related to UART other than the enable pin. UART address and etc. needs to be commented out or removed. Yeah, enable pin should be correct. Stepper is not moving right. That's the error. No, it's actually critical error. It's got a UART error. The register IFCNT. Here, we can rule out the steppers. We can swap the A and B steppers and see if it follows the thing. Let's do that real quick. So if let me see. Trying to be more careful with this because those skirts are a little fragile without the bottom panel on there. There's another reason for a bottom panel. So I'm gonna swap these two connectors. So that one, A and B, I'm gonna swap the steppers just as another. They're tough to get to. Two fingers in there. There we go. Ow. Then I gotta get everything lined up in a tiny, tiny printer. Come on. There we go. There's one. And there's two. Make sure these are plugged in all the way. Oh, I see what's going on. I've got it figured out. I've got it figured out and it makes sense. Let's see if we can get a picture of this. Can you see in there? Can you see? Let me see if I can get this thing to focus. There we go. You see the pins there? They're not actually hitting. This is bent. Oh, that's not good. That shouldn't do that. They all do that. Okay. It bent out of the way. That should be a little sturdier than that. Okay, let's put that in there. It's not a bad connector and it's not a bad, the other one, this one I haven't touched, does that too. See, I don't know if it's a design or something, but I don't know. I'd have to look at it closer to really give an opinion on how bad that is. It looks like something to really pay more attention to. Let me pull this out. I think if I pull these steppers out again, stepper drivers, it'll be easier to get these connectors swapped. Is everything okay? Yeah. I hope I don't have to swap these when I'm setting up homing. I hope they're correct already. Okay, now double check to make sure those go into all the pins. There. Okay, let's try it again. Hey, Ronnie. I'll get some experience with the Big Tree Tech EZ sockets in the next build. So. I've got an octopus here. Let's see if that looks the same while we wait for that to boot. Oh yeah. This is an octopus. They all wiggle there. See that? And that's never been used. So it's not unusual apparently. Okay. It's just that one happened to be bent out of the way when I plugged the socket in and I didn't notice it. Okay, let's go back here. Let's reconnect. Okay. Let's go back. We are booted up. Let's try Stepper X. We are good. We are good. It moved. So that's what the problem was. Okay, Charlie wants out. The problem was the little connector, and I can show you on this board, the little connector for the extra 2 pins on the socket, this guy had pushed out of the way and the pins were going to the side of it instead of into there. And let's do stepper Y just to double check everything is kosher. Yep, we are good. Yes, I love finding these things. It is, you're absolutely right. It is cool to see something like that and go through the troubleshooting process. Okay, let's home it. Not the whole thing. We're gonna go through just homing directions. So I think I'm just gonna home X and see what happens. I guess I'll be ready on the emergency stop. I buzzed Y and it was fine. I buzzed both of them. So let's just do X. Oh, and that goes in the wrong way. Okay, so X moved to the left, and let's home Y. And Y goes forward. Now, the nice thing about sensorless homing is it doesn't care what it's gonna bump into. It triggers it. So it triggered both of those a little aggressively, so our value isn't sensitive enough at that 50 that I put it at. But we went left when we homed X and forward when we homed Y. So let's go to the documentation for, let's go back to the Voron docs. And this is the sensorless homing. So I'm gonna open up a new tab here. We're gonna go docs.voron design. Oh, we'll end up going through all the build volume stuff there, Jarrett, for sure. Let me catch up on chat. X is working now. Oh, hey, Clee. Both axes are backwards, but I homed. Yep. So what I wanted to do is go through, if you go to the build and initial startup, there are pages here. If you scroll down, there are diagrams for homing direction checks. So we're gonna go down to the V2 homing direction check and look at this little diagram right here. And when we homed X, so here, this scenario here on the end is where we're at. We homed X, it went left. We homed Y, it went forward. So that means that both of these are inverted from where they should be. So all we have to do is go into the config and printer config, and for X and Y, we are going to change the inversion flag for the direction pin. So this was inverted. We're gonna delete the exclamation point to change that. And then on Y, we're gonna do the same. And both of them were inverted. For this particular build, they don't need to be. So if we save and restart, and now if we go back, and if we go here, and I'm gonna just manually move this back to about the middle of the page. And if we home X and Y. So it is correct there. Now we can go back to disable the motors, and we can change our values. Invert the direction pin sounds like something out of Star Trek. So now we can change our sensitivity. We can go back to Klee's guide here, and we can set this, so using, oops, back to this guide we were at before, and we can tweak these values, this SGTHRS value, by putting this into the console. And just paste this here, and we're gonna try, now I moved these to 50. I'm gonna try just going like a bit of a jump here, and it's not 265, 65, okay? And this is for X. So now we're going to set this, and then we're gonna home X and see what kind of drama we get. Need some more water. Okay, so I still need to be able to, okay, here we go. We're gonna home X and see what that value of 65 does for us. It's not too bad. It's a little less of a bump if I interrupt this. Now, if we go too high on that, let's show you what happens if we go too high on that value. If we, oops. If we go 100 and, 120 is probably gonna be enough. And we go back here, if we try to home X now, you see that? It immediately triggered. It means it's too sensitive. Did you forget to set homing retract distance to 0? Probably. We're just going through the guide. Is that already in the guide? It's already in the guide. I probably forgot it. But anyway, if you set that value too high, then you get something, either it doesn't move at all or it triggers too early. If you set that too way earlier. Where was the... Where? I'm right here. So for TMC, before, after, the following examples, end stop pin, after, and then the calibration oh shoot, you didn't see any of that. Okay, I'm here. Look here. Oops, we got a visitor. Calibration process, hardware setup, software setup. Oh, here it is. If you would have put it down here in an example code, I would have caught it. I think it's documentation layout. Okay. I guess we'll do this. We got a little bit of Charlie gymnastics, jungle gym, whatever. I did miss it. Let's fix it. You accept PRs? That's good. Okay, well, we need to go through and fix that because I did miss it. You'll need to modify the end stop pin values by adding pull up. Did I, oh, I don't have a pull up there either, but it still works. Okay, you're gonna go over here then, because if you're just wanting to crawl around. So let's go through each thing. You'll need to modify the end stop pin values for stepper X and stepper Y by adding a pull up. We didn't add a pull up. Let's go do that. Pull up may not be necessary on every MCU. Well, it works here, so should I just leave it? Said it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to put it on. So if we go to the stepper X diag pin, we do a pull up. Oops, right there. See you, David. Charlie said put on the top panel. Add it and maybe flaky without it. Okay, so diag pin, pull up, stepper Y, diag pin, pull up. And then what other changes are we gonna make while I'm in here? Adding a pull up and updating the end stop pin to use the virtual end stop, which we did. Also, the Clipper docs instructs that the homing retract distance is 0. Make sure X and Y homing speed 0 is set to half of your rotation distance. So homing speed should be 20 for Vorons with 20-tooth pulleys on the AB motors. Really? That's so slow. Okay, so let's do all that. Retract distance 0, and that was for Y, so let's go up here and 0. And homing speed should be 16, apparently. $16. Many folks have found 40 millimeters a second to work better on Vorons, or 32 in your case. Okay, I'll go with that, so it's faster, because holy moly, 16 is slow. Homing speed, 32. Okay, is there anything else I missed here? Following pin examples, did that. And then we can tune it. So let's go back to this and save and restart. Okay, back to this. Now, let me move this here and probably this here. And we're just gonna do homing. We're gonna test X. So I know that the 65 was still not sensitive enough and 120 was too sensitive. So let's just go to like 75. And I just ran that same command and now I'm gonna home X. Okay, it's a little too aggressive still. So we're gonna disable steppers, move it back out, and I'm gonna set this to 85. And home X. There we go. That was pretty good. So I'm gonna disable steppers, move it back out, and we're gonna go for Y now. So Y, so with this command here, I'm gonna change this to, I'll leave it at 85, see where it ends up. But now we're gonna do Y. Okay, Y, exactly, Y. Let's see if that ends up being any kind of a view. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna leave it 85 on both of them for now. We might tweak it later, but that's the idea, is you tweak that value until you get something that's not gonna trigger early and doesn't, yeah, pay attention. The nice thing about Boop or any tool head mounted probe where you're not targeting something is that if it triggers too early and it homes Z in the corner here, it's just as good as homing in the middle. I mean, you can't print there at that point, but you're not gonna cause any damage. So you're not gonna cause any problems. So I'm gonna go into the machine now and go to printer config and change my STRS to 85 for both the X and Y. Okay, there are some homing stuff that we want to deal with. So if we go down here, so we found a value that seems to work. We may have to fine tune it, but a few more iterations, maybe homing and breaking things in, that might that value may change as the printer gets used, right? At least initially, after the first bit of use. So this is all about tuning that value, which we just did. Homing macros. This is where we want to change. The Clipper docs recommend setting up dedicated sensorless home X and sensorless home Y macros. We're renaming them to home X and home Y here. Deleting underscores will hide them in main cell and fluid. It's been working well for several Vorons, so we're gonna basically copy and paste these macros then. So we're gonna grab these. Home X and home Y. Copy those. And we're gonna grab those down in our macro area of the config. Let's see. No displays. That's some park macro, print start, print end. I don't actually use those. Let's put this at the end. Well, something I never actually checked. Yeah, nothing's hot. Okay, so here are our home X and home Y macros, and how does that all tie in to let's look at the setting here. This setup has been working well for several Voron owners. You will probably want to tweak the home current values for your own setup. I suggest creating a new file called sensorless config and adding it in your main printer config. That's probably not a bad idea. Let's do that. Let's undo that. And let's save and close this and create a new file. Create a file. We're going to call this sensorless.cfg. And we're going to paste that in here. Are we still here? We still all good? Okay. So now set run current, and then 0.7. Is this 0.7 of what it is or just 0.7? Hey, the Irish man. No notifications. I'm sorry. YouTube is hit and miss on those for sure. Let's save and close. Let's look at our regular printer config, and I want to do this down here. I want to include down where our macros start. There we go. Our macros. I want to include sensorless.cfg for one thing. Is the mic a little echo-ish? I don't know. The DJ Natty said it was last week, but he said it was fine this week. Just join the Steve Builds Discord for notifications soon. Just saves the current values before setting them to 0.7. Then it can apply the old values again on the bottom. Yeah, so my question is, that isn't a percentage. That means I need to look at what my current stepper values are, which is 0.6. So it would actually be increasing it. We're gonna leave, what do we have a recommendation on these 50 millimeter steppers? So these are set to 0.6, which I feel like might even be low. What do I have them set to on my Voron 0 with those steppers? This one has those steppers, I think. If I go here and stepper X, I am running it at 0.75. I left it default. In your case, I'd set the home current to 0.6 since that's what you tuned it for. Oh, I know, but it doesn't mean I couldn't retune it, Clee. I was just... like something is vibrating when I'm talking? Is it my beard on the microphone? Okay, let's take Clee's advice and set it to 0.6. Let's save and restart this first. And then let's go into the sensorless config and change this to 0.6, and then it's just not moving. Save and restart. Picking up a fan or something when we are talking. It's possible. I do have things around me. It's very possible. It's not a sterile recording area. I have fans running on printers that are on all the time. Okay. Yeah, it's getting some background noise when I speak. I get it. Are we ready to home all? Is there anything else to do with this? We're not ready to home all. Let's go back to, let's let Charlie out first. Home current is for preventing damage during homing. Yep. You guys just need to start a print. He didn't notice the switch wire in the background. Perfect. If you have a safe Z home section, you need to comment out the entire block, not just the safe Z home line, or you could just delete the entire block. But if sensorless homing doesn't work reliably for you for some reason, you decide you want to go back to a physical install setup, you'll be glad you didn't delete it. The last piece to bring everything together is homing override. If you use a clicky probe, then you already have homing override section. Make sure you have the latest clicky macros. If you already have a homing override and you're not using clicky, replace G28X with home X and replace G28Y with home Y. Oh, here's a homing override macro. If anybody who needs a homing override macro, the following example is proving extremely reliable on a V0. So what does this do? It's going to override X, Y, and Z. It's going to home X, home Y, and then home Z. Where though? It doesn't position it. Okay, do I have a position a home, any kind of safe Z home set in here? There is no, we have a G32, but there's no homing. Print end, print start, there's no homing stuff. We got print end and print start, but no home, no safe Z home. There's no, what do I use for, here, let's go here. Let's grab my homing macro for the Trident here. I think I have one here. Do I? Homing override. Here, I know I'm not going to use all of this, but this is a good start. Let's put it here. Okay, so I don't know why some of this seems like it should be wrong. Where am I getting this set position Z0? No, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do it that way. I want to instead grab this and put this here, and then home Z, we want to G0X 90 Y 90, right? Before home Z. That should do it. Is that right? Let's find out. I'm winding down here. I'm running out of steam too, if you can't tell. So, come on, Charlie. We'll get this to home today and then finish it up next weekend. So, let's go here. Let's move the tool head to the middle. We've already tested our Z end stop. Boop seems to be working, but I'm not gonna trust it. So I'm gonna set home all, and I'm going to be ready to cancel it. So, and here comes Charlie. So let me move the keyboard out of the way. So let's home all and see what happens. So it's gonna home. It's gonna home Y, and then it should move to move out of range. So it homed X and Y, it won't home Z because it says a move out of range 260, 270. Where is that? Where is that? That's not in here, right? No. It's not in here. You did a relative move. Need to switch modes. I'm just following these macros. Is that the problem here? Homing override G code. So which one is it? G90? Is it right? It's probably going to be right here where I messed up. What is it? Oh, sorry. Right here. I need to set this to, is it G90? Yeah. Oops. I need a G90 right there. And what should I should go back to G91 at the end. Like that. Save and restart. Okay, let's try it again. Let's move this, and I'd actually like this whole thing to be a little higher, but I don't think I can get away with that. You know what else, Holmes? Holmes. Okay. Our goal here, our goal to end the stream is get it to home all 3 axes. So I'm gonna hit home all. There we go. I'll change a speed on that next time. And now I'm going to, I just put my hand in the way and it worked. So now that I know that boop triggered properly, because I had enough time then to trigger this. If it didn't trigger, I could hit emergency stop. So now we're gonna home all, and it is going to be glorious, and it is going to work, and go. Let's go for it. Home all. I've seen glaciers move faster. Home X. Home Y. Move out to the middle of the bed. And home Z. Awesome. I'm gonna do a QGL this stream. Sure, why not? QGL. Whoa. I'm gonna force it to fail. My positioning, this is a bad position for, here, let me show you. Look at that. The gap there between the front panel, when the front panel's on, that's gonna starve the fan here. So positioning here, end stop positions, all that need to be tweaked. That still looks wrong, it does. So it's homing. It is not QGLing because we need to tweak, and I may need to tweak the position of the bed here, but I don't like that it's moving this close to the front of the printer. I think that needs to move back at least a little bit. So I'll do that. And then we'll adjust the position of the bed. Because remember, we never did that. We never adjusted the position of the bed here after I built it. I just placed it where I thought it would end up. So just extend the front of the printer. Is the nozzle hitting the bed? Right now it's not. Right now it's not. So that's gonna be, we homed. This is a very close to a printing printer. So we spent over five hours on this today. So this is a good progress. We will finish this next week. The hope is to have Hard K on. So I'll do the final configuration, end stop positions, PID tuning, put the panels on, and start a print. So we're at a secondary fan in the door. So very cool. We are very close to printing on this. Things are working. We will continue it next Sunday. The members stream will be, the Charlie's Angel stream will be Saturday. What we're doing is hopefully drag racer stuff, putting it together. If not, then I'll figure out something else. So, and then, like I said, Sunday we'll finish this off. So huge thank you to everyone who stuck around, especially the full-time. Big thanks to Polymaker and LDO for the giveaways. Thanks for everybody who donated memberships or became members. Be sure to, if you're a new member, be sure to check out the back catalog of Charlie's Angel streams. They're pretty fun. We have a good time with them. So I think with that, thanks again, and hope everyone has a good rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next week. Have a good one. Bye.